John Dowd, your host for Mystery Time. Tonight, as every Thursday night, Mystery Time turns to the classics of literature to bring you Mystery Classics. Great stories of the past brought vividly alive by famous stars. Our star tonight, Michael Redgrave. Our classic, the famous sardonic tale by Nikolai Gogol titled The Overcoat. It is a story full of the drama and the human compassion for which Gogol is noted. Michael Redgrave, with his accustomed skill, brings to vivid reality the part of the modest government clerk, Akaky Akakievich Basmachkin.
Yes, that's my name. Akaky Akakievich Basmachkin. Born in St. Petersburg, March the 29th, 1780. Died in St. Petersburg, February the 1st, 1830. Oh, yes, I'm afraid I'm dead. And this story of the overcoat is really the story of my death. Well, in actual fact, it was an overcoat that proved the death of me. Although I find heaven a little milder than St. Petersburg, at least in the winter, even so, it was an overcoat that... Yes, Your Honor, immediately, Your Honor. Not once. You see, my profession is, or rather, it was, that of a government clerk. Whatever else happened in my department, I was always to be found at the same desk, engaged in the same work. And, you see, I was a copying clerk, and more than that, I never aspired to be.
Coming, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Copy this.
Certainly, sir, at once.
Oh, and this other one. Here now.
This to the copy, sir?
Well, no. I want you to alter the headings for me. Oh, and turn it from the first person singular into the third.
First person into the...
Turn all the I's into he's, man. That's simple enough, isn't it?
Well, if you really think so. Of course, I'm not all used to, that kind of work, but it's not quite what I was...
All right. Just copy it then.
So, copy it I did. And at the end of the year, I could be sure that my work would have paid me just what it always had paid me. Exactly 400 rubles. There isn't in Petersburg a mortal foe of the copying clerks who only earn 400 rubles a year. And that foe is the Russian winter. Frozen to death, Peter Vasilievich.
Oh, but my dear man, what can you expect with an overcoat like that?
Overcoat like what?
But it's a regular sieve. It's full of holes. And there, across the shoulder, it's worn through.
But
it isn't an overcoat at all. It's not even got a collar left.
Oh, but Peter Vasilievich, I had to have most of the collar made into a patch for the elbow here.
Oh, for goodness sake, Akakievich, go and get a new one.
But
before it falls to pieces entirely.
There were no two ways about it. I did need the new overcoat. But overcoats cost money, and money was hard to come by. In any case, perhaps the overcoat could be patched again. Grigory Petrovich, the tailor, could do it if he didn't mind, too. And provided he could stay sober long enough. Well, I decided to call and see him.
Come in. Good evening, Grigory Petrovich.
Look, you see, I brought you this...
Well, you brought me what, Akakievich?
It's like this, Grigory Petrovich. This overcoat of mine, you see, it's got a little bit thin here and there. Though it's perfectly good everywhere else. You see, it's strong as anything.
All it's good for is making foot claws.
No, I don't want to do that.
Wrap them around your feet when it gets a bit cold.
No, but what about...
You'll have to get a new one.
Get a new one, but... Grigory Petrovich, I haven't got the money for a new one.
Well, to get a new one. New overcoat.
Well, if I did get a new one, how much?
No cost?
Yes.
Well, say, 150 rubles or so.
150 rubles? For an overcoat? Of course, I knew that Grigory Petrovich, the tailor, would make me a fine new coat for 80 rubles. But where were 80 rubles to be found? Oh, it was so high. If I give up burning candles in the evenings, of course, well, I can always call in on the landlady for a few minutes if I need to see what I'm doing. Well, if I take longer strides and walk very carefully, maybe my shoes will last a bit longer and I'll be able to save on the resoling. Well, the fact is, I'll just have to cut down expenses. Oh, this was all very difficult, saving up those 80 rubles. It was taking a very long time indeed, months and months and months. And it would have taken... But then suddenly, I had a stroke of luck.
Akaki,
Sorry, sir.
Yes. You've been with the department a long time, Akaki.
28 years this February, sir.
A long time.
But, sir, I hope... I've always tried in every way for... never for a single moment.
Exactly. And so as a reward for your good service, I've persuaded His Excellency to allow you a gratuity.
Gratuity, sir?
Exactly. A gratuity in recognition of service. The amount agreed is 60 rubles.
60 rubles? Oh, thank you, sir. Oh,
but,
I
suppose you'll...
What, sir?
I suppose you'll now be getting a new overcoat.
Well, there it is. The best value for money you'll get in St. Petersburg.
Certainly does look very handsome. It looks really a beautiful overcoat.
Oh, if I didn't live in a small street without a signboard, you understand. If I hadn't known you for too long, Akaki.
Yes, I appreciate that, Grigori.
Not that any other tailor would agree to take a mere 12 rubles for all his trouble.
Yes.
On an L3 prospect, you'd pay. They'd ask you at least 75.
Oh, yes, of course, I should never do it.
And of course, there were the extra buttonholes and what we saved you by using cat fur for the collar.
Yes.
And the calico lining, of course. It's not quite so good as silk, but it saved you at least it's safe.
Thank you, Grigori Petrovich. I'm 80 rubles exactly. I said 10 kopecks for your trouble.
Thank you, sir. I'll take just a draught to your health. A very smart, well-tailored overcoat.
Well, I got my new overcoat at last. And there was no doubt about it. The overcoat was a good one. The cloth was thick and the coat was warm. Even though the wind was whistling through the streets as I walked to work next morning.
It's cold enough to freeze you. Sit at the board.
Oh, do you think so? I was thinking it was a lot warmer this morning. That's just because I've got a...
Not that warmer? In an old rag of a coat like... Wait a minute. What? Why, you've got a new overcoat.
Yes, you like it.
Listen, everybody. Akaki has got a new overcoat at last.
Magnificent, my dear sir.
Could anything be more elegant or warmer?
Or more becoming. My dear fellow, I congratulate you.
Oh, no. It's nothing really, but you really do magnificent. Well, I'm sure I shouldn't have done.
Well, I tell you what we'll do. Today happens to be my name day. Yes, believe it or not. Will you all come round to my apartment this evening? And then we'll have a little party to launch the overcoat. You'll come? Thank you. Splendid. And you'll come too, Akaki.
Well, it is really very kind of you here and think that...
Splendid. And, of course, you'll bring your overcoat.
And so, in due course, I made my way across the town to Vasili's apartment. And since Vasily was an assistant head clerk, of course, that meant he lived in the better part of the town, a long, long way away from my modest room. The streets were gay with lamps, and sledges dashed along through the snow, their bells jingling merrily, and I was as warm as toast and as happy as a lark. And as for the party, well, that was a great success.
My friend, I tell you that a man who possesses an overcoat like yours cannot possibly leave where it is.
Oh, no, but Peter Vasilievich, it's getting on for midnight.
Oh, with an overcoat like yours, Akaki,
He does more math.
Who's ready for a game of cards? He said, Nikolai.
Yes, wonderful. Good. Come on. No, I'm very sorry. No, I don't play cards. I've never yet...
Oh, then you can sit and what?
And have a drink. Everybody have another drink.
Oh, no, thank you. I really think, though, if you don't mind...
Nonsense. Drop your chair.
What? Well, thank you very much. If you'll just excuse me for a moment. Just a moment. I will be back in a moment. While the rest of the party settled down to their cars, I gracefully withdrew, picked up my overcoat from the floor of a passage where I was horrified to find it lying, dusted it off, and put it on quietly. I let myself out into the street. The street lamps grew less and less. The streets themselves grew meaner. And soon, there was not another soul aboard but myself. The snow muffled the sound of my footsteps. The shuttered windows of the wooden houses threw no chink of light. At last I came to a deserted square. I felt a strange presentiment of evil waiting for me there in the darkness. Then, halfway across the emptiness of the square, two figures loomed up suddenly out of the darkness. Oh, sorry, you startled me.
Give me that overcoat.
What? What's wrong? My overcoat?
Yes, your overcoat. I say it's mine.
Oh, but how can it be? No, this is my overcoat. It's a new one.
Yeah, but so many.
No.
Come on up. No, let me go. Let me go. I told you to keep your mouth shut. No, come on. Give it back to me. I
had been robbed. The overcoat which I'd saved up so painfully had been stolen from me the very first night I had worn it. And as I stumbled after them through the snow, the thieves vanished away into the darkness. The deserted square fell back into utter silence. Only one glimmer of light could be seen across it, the light from a sentry box. I ran frantically towards it.
What's all the noise about?
I've been robbed. You were asleep. Asleep on duty. You let them rob me.
Now, steady on. Who's been robbed?
So I have. They've stolen my overcoat. You let them steal it.
I let them steal it?
Yes.
You let them steal it?
What do you
But
mean?
I saw you talking to the men out there. I thought they were your friends.
No.
Well, why didn't you shout out if they were robbing you?
Because they stole me. I couldn't speak. They stole my overcoat. Why don't you go after them? Why don't you arrest them?
Well, they must be a couple of versts away by now.
No, they're not.
Now, if they stole your overcoat, you'll have to report it. Tomorrow morning.
No, but
to the superintendent.
No, but my overcoat. What can I do about that?
Now, you just take my advice, go off home before you catch a get of cold. Standing about on a night like this with no coat on.
First thing the following morning, I was there at the superintendent's door. At last, after exercising my authority for the very first time in my life, admittedly only to a fellow clerk, I was ushered into the superintendent's presence. There I told my story in all its agonizing detail.
Now, one moment, if you were on your way home, and it was late. You had been somewhere very late at night.
Oh, that's right.
Shall I tell you where you had been, sir?
Where?
You had been to a place of ill repute, sir. That is where you had been.
No!
That's
Really, I've never done such a thing in my
And
life.
after such an expedition, such a debauch, you have the cool effrontery to come here, with a complaint about the loss of an overcoat. But shall I tell you something, my dear sir?
But no. Well, yes. What?
I very much doubt whether you had the overcoat with you at all after you left the,
What?
Well, after you, set out for your home.
I was attacked by thieves. They did steal my overcoat. I tell you, they did. I know they did.
Well, sir, we shall see. Yes, we shall see, sir. And now, sir, if you will pardon me, good day, sir.
was the first day in my life that I'd been absent from my desk at the department. The following day, I was back at my desk once more, copying. But the news of the loss of my overcoat was on everybody's lips, and I was the sad recipient of much sympathy and much well-intentioned advice.
Too bad about your overcoat, my dear fellow. Incredibly bad luck. You know, I really wish you hadn't slipped away like that on your own. If you'd waited for the others, it probably wouldn't have happened at all.
No, Vasily Ilyarovich, but, I was very tired.
Look, there's only one thing to be done. You must go and see His Excellency. Now, tell him the whole story and persuade him to take the matter up for you in proper quarters. His Excellency?
He would do that, do you think?
Of course he would, I'm sure of it. A person of some authority, that's what he is. A person of considerable authority.
But will he be able to get my overcoat back?
Well, if His Excellency can't, who could?
His Excellency was indeed a person of the very highest authority. His bearing was dignified and majestic, and he was held in considerable awe. His Excellency was a man who believed in putting people in their proper place and keeping them there. Nevertheless, he was a man with a kind heart, a good-natured man with his equals, and one who was fond of his friends. Even more fond of impressing them. He was impressing one of them the day that I called upon him.
This fellow, whatever he is, that's waiting to see me, what's his name again?
Akaki Akakievich Bashmachkin, Your Excellency.
Curious name. And what is he, would you say? A clerk, did you say?
Yes, Your Excellency. A copying clerk in the department.
Very well. Have him come in. This will probably amuse you, my dear Count. A copying clerk from the department to see me. Oh, good, eh? Give them an inch, these clerks, and they'll take a mile. What on earth can he want with me? Really? Well, we shall see what we can do for him, eh?
Akaki Akakievich Bashmachkin, Your Excellency.
Well, what do you want? Well, speak up, man. I shan't eat you. Have you lost your tongue? Eh? Have you?
Please, Your Excellency,
Well, go on, man. Go on. Don't just stand there.
my overcoat, Your Excellency.
Your overcoat? What the deuce are you talking about? You come here taking up my valuable time babbling about your overcoat. What's the matter with it anyway?
I've lost it, Your Excellency.
Lost it? Do you mean to say that you've got the confounded effrontery to come here?
That said, it was stolen, Your Excellency. A new overcoat that cost me 80 rubles. It was stolen off my back by a pack of thieves.
What, sir? You come and bother me about it? Me? Don't you know the proper way to proceed? But don't you know how things are done? You ought first to have handed in your petition to the office.
But I've mentioned, Your Excellency, clerks are very undependable.
How dare you, sir? What sort of ideas are these? Do you realize who you are talking to, sir?
Yes, sir.
You realize who I am?
Sir.
Get out! Let's hear more of this tomfoolery and overcoats indeed.
How I managed to crawl away, how I got out into the street even, I never knew. In all my life, I've never been so severely reprimanded by a person of such authority. I went out into a snowstorm that was whistling through the streets. The wind blew and buffeted me from corner to corner across the town. The wind, which only a good warm overcoat could help to keep at bay. And by the time I reached my cheerless room, I was frozen to the marrow.
The Holy Saints protect you, sir. You must get to bed at once. Oh, dear, it may be your death you've caught.
It was my death that I'd caught. The next day I was in a fever. And the day after that I was delirious. And the day after that in a coma. And the day after that I was dead. Yes, Akaki Akakievich Bashmachkin was dead. A creature had departed this life whose cause no man could champion, who was dear to no one, unmissed by no one. It was several days before I was even missed in the department, for for there was very little copying required at that time. And when I had been missed, a porter was sent to inquire about me.
Did you go to his room?
That's right, sir.
Well, didn't I tell you to bring him back with you? I want an explanation. Where is he?
He couldn't come, sir.
Why? Is he ill or something?
Not exactly, sir.
What the devil is the matter with him then?
Well, sir, they buried him 3 days ago.
No. Really? Dear me. Peter Vasilievich. Yes, sir. You wanted me? Yes. Akaki Akakiyevich is dead. You'll have to copy this.
I'm afraid that Akaki Akakiyevich was not missed very much by anyone. My landlady sold my two possessions to pay the doctor's bill and funeral expenses. And somewhere in St. Petersburg, a man was wearing my overcoat. But when the news of my death had chanced to reach him, one man did feel a twinge of conscience on my behalf. And that man was a person of great authority.
Yes, in some ways, perhaps I was a little abrupt with the fellow. You know what I am, all bark and no bite. As a matter of fact, after I'd thought it over for a day or two, I sent one of my clerks round to get a few particulars. The fellow had lost his overcoat of all ridiculous things. But when my man arrived, they told him the fellow was dead. Too bad, you see. Too late to do anything for him. No, Count, I must be off. Charming evening, charming. No, don't come down to the door. Far too cold. This winter really has been bitter. Terrible night.
His Excellency was helped into his warm fur coat and climbed into his sledge. His driver cracked the whip, and the sledge moved off down the street. His Excellency turned up his collar against the wind and settled himself under his pile of furs. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his fur collar. The wind rose wildly. He started out of his doze to see a man standing on the sledge beside him. A short, unimportant little man with a small gold patch, without an overcoat. Your Excellency. No, it's not you that I want. It's your overcoat. You refused to help me, and you were arrogant. You didn't care about my overcoat.
Now, give me yours.
Oh, yes. His Excellency gave up his overcoat. He tore it off and flung it out of the sledge into the road. And the driver cracked his whip with his eyes jumping out of his head, and the horses galloped away into the night. His Excellency arrived back, chilled to the marrow, for his had been a very fine overcoat. Oh, yes, yes. An overcoat of the very highest authority.
It's Mystery Time. Tonight, Mystery Classics. Stars Laurence Olivier in The Suicide Club.
So he died after all. Was it murder and suicide? Or murder and accidental death?
Biddy, a shuffle of the cards. Then they were dealt out. And if you draw the wrong card, gives me the shivers. So I'm sure you'll listen as intently as I shall. It's that famous, chilling classic by Robert Louis Stevenson, now transcribed, The Suicide Club, starring Laurence Olivier.
This is the story of a frightening adventure. I do not propose to tell you my name, and after you've heard the story, you will perhaps understand why not. One night, in an oyster bar not far from Leicester Square.
What's on earth that fellow doing over there? The one who's just come in.
Huh? It seems to be with those two commissionaires. Each got a dish of something or other, haven't they? Seem to be offering everyone something to eat.
Are they pies or something?
Oh, yes, they look like it. Some sort of tart, I think, yes. They're cream tarts. Cream tarts in an oyster bar. The fellow seems to be giving them away. I'm not surprised.
Well, maybe it's a wager or something.
Well, looks as if we're going to be offered some, too.
Will you do me the honor of eating one of these tarts? I can answer for the quality of the pastry. I've eaten 27 of them myself since 5 o'clock.
27? That's rather a lot, isn't
Well,
it?
that's a principle, sir. Every time my offer is rejected, I insist on eating the tart myself.
All right, then, Colonel. We'll help you out. On one condition. If my friend and I both eat your tarts, you must join us for supper out.
That's a good idea. Well, I've several dozen still on hand, so I'll have to visit a few more bars before I've got rid of them all. If you're already hungry, gentlemen, I...
So my friend and I will go the round with you. It looks a very pleasant way of passing an evening.
Stupid. Splendid. 2 tarts for the gentlemen.
Delicious.
Ah, these are confirmed.
Well, there was obviously a story behind all this nonsense. My friend and I were anxious to hear it. We chose a little French restaurant in Soho, ordered a private room, very good meal, and champagne for the occasion. The young man ate surprisingly well, despite his rather sickly hors d'oeuvres. And over the dessert, we persuaded him to begin his explanation.
There's every reason why I shouldn't tell you my story. So perhaps that's why I'm going to do so.
Good for you.
I come from quite a respectable family, you know, and I started life with quite a reasonable fortune. I had a lot of amusing adventures. Even fought a duel when I was in Paris.
Oh.
By the time I began to come to my senses, I had very little fortune left, and promptly fell in love. After I had nothing left to offer the young lady, I came to the sad conclusion that there was really nothing very much left to live for.
No.
I got rid of all the money I had left under the last £80, which left me just £40 to get rid of during the course of today.
£40? What happened to the other 40?
That went for a very particular purpose. Well, I've spent a very amusing day getting rid of my last few pounds on the cream tarts over which we met. And I wanted to close a foolish life in a particularly foolish manner, which you must admit I did.
Well, I shouldn't deny that, but what happens next?
Oh, I'm not complaining. And at least I'm not a coward. I've lived my life and enjoyed it. So now I simply have to get rid of it.
Get rid of it? You mean kill yourself?
Well, who hasn't often thought of doing that? You know, young fellow, it's a curious coincidence, but of the whole of London, you went and picked on a couple of people in much the same position as yourself.
Yes. What? You mean you're ruined too? Is this very excellent supper a last extravagance as well? Like my green tart?
Well, near enough. And just to get rid of any slight disparity, let's put £5 here on the table to cover the bill, and have you a match?
Yes?
Thank you. Burn the rest. Like this.
What the devil are you doing? Don't be another fool.
Well, aren't we all?
Good heavens, haven't you got any money left at all now? Why didn't you keep your £40?
£40? Why on earth £40?
Oh, for that matter, why not 80? You must have done the best part of 100. Well, £40 would have been enough. But without that, no admission. They're very strict about the rules. Fine business when you can't even die without money.
I think you better explain yourself.
Do I have to? If you haven't the £40, what's the point?
Well, I happen to have enough for both of us, which we really needed.
I thought you were in the same straits as I was.
I seem to remember that you had £80 yesterday.
Yes, I had. You're not fooling me. You are as desperate as I am.
Huh? Bored with life, if that's what you mean.
Yes, indeed.
Thought I'd made that clear enough by burning my last money.
Perhaps you can afford to burn £100 or so.
Well, I'm no millionaire, if that's what you mean.
No.
Well, here's to your health. And good night, my merry ruined man.
Oh, no, you can't get out of it like that. You tell me that you're desperate, and I accept the fact. Why should you have less confidence in me? In either of us.
Yes, right.
Then you're not joking. You really are.
Well, like you, we've had enough of life, haven't we, Colonel?
Yes,
Sooner or later, alone or together, we're prepared to put an end to it.
That's quite
Aren't we,
right.
Colonel?
Yes.
Well, now that we've come across you, and since you seem to be in a hurry, well, we can make it tonight just as easily. Why not all three of us together?
Yes, why not?
That really goes for you as well, Colonel.
Yes, certainly, provided you've something in mind.
And you really can put up the £80 between you.
I think so. Let's see, 10, 20, 40, 60, 80 pounds. A few left over.
I shouldn't forget about the rest. £40 each is the entrance fee.
The entrance fee? Entrance fee to what?
To the Suicide Club. How it's managed or who started the club, I don't exactly know. But what I do know, I'm under the fancy this. If you are really tired of life, both of you, I'll take you to a meeting of the club. And if not tonight, at least sometime within the week, you'll quietly cease to live.
And you say that you're a member of this club?
Yes, I paid my subscription today. I shall be going there in... What time is it? Yes, in half an hour. You've just got half an hour to make up your minds whether you're coming with me or not. If you were serious, then you've nothing to lose. I'll be back for your decision. In half an hour, gentlemen. Now, you have made up your minds, both of you. You don't want to draw back while there's still time.
No, I'm not in the habit of drawing back, either of us. No.
Very well, then. We'll take a four-wheeler. Cab! Wait, sir. Drive us to the address on this piece of paper.
Very good, sir.
After you, gentlemen. Well, gentlemen, in the circumstances, you'll appreciate that a certain amount of secrecy is called for until you're actually enrolled in the club. You'll forgive me if I take the precaution of blindfolding you both. Is that necessary? Yes, I'm afraid it is. You see, gentlemen, this is not a joke.
The cab stopped at last in a dark street, and the young man paid it off. He took advantages of our eyes and invited us to follow him down an alleyway. He knocked at the door. The door was opened, and we were ushered into an entrance hall. The young man left us for a few minutes, and we heard voices. At last, an inner door was opened, and we found ourselves in the presence of the president of the club.
Sit down, gentlemen. I told you wished to see me.
We wish to join your club, sir. The Suicide Club.
Forgive me, gentlemen. You appreciate I have to take precautions. So you wish to join the Suicide Club. May I ask your reasons?
Well, I was a colonel till I was cashiered for cheating at cards.
And you, sir?
Sheer laziness.
Laziness? I guess you must have a better reason than that.
No, why should I have? I've lost all my money. Can't be bothered to make any more.
If I wasn't so experienced in these things, I should probably turn you both away. As it is, I happen to know that suicide is almost always committed for the most frivolous reasons. Very well, then. If you're prepared to take the oath in the manner prescribed, you will be accepted as members. The oath, I need hardly say, is an oath of secrecy. We're careful to make it binding in the very highest degree. When you have taken the oath, if you're willing to do so, that is, then you'll be enrolled forthwith as members of the Suicide Club.
We have bound ourselves on oath to keep the secrets of the Suicide Club. Nothing could be conceived more passive than the obedience promised, or more stringent than the terms to which we had agreed. The man who broke that oath of silence could scarcely have a rag of honor or any of the consolations of religion left to him. We signed the document, but not without a shudder. The president received our entrance money, and without more ado, took us through into the smoking room of the Suicide Club. There we were introduced to our fellow members. This a full muster of the club?
Oh, middling. By the way, if you have any money, it's usual to offer champagne. It keeps up a good spirit, and it's one of my little perquisites.
I shall have to leave that to you, I'm afraid, Colonel.
Certainly, 4 bottles, with my compliments.
Thank you very much. Now, please make yourselves at home.
We looked about us with interest. Few of the other members were much above 30, and 1 or 2 were still in their teens. One man interested me intensely. He was probably upwards of 40, but he looked fully 10 years older. I've never seen a man more naturally hideous, nor one more ravaged by his excesses. He was partly paralyzed, and was the only man in the room who shared the composure of the president. I got into conversation with him.
So you are newcomers, are you? Well, perhaps I can help to set your mind at rest. I've been coming here regularly for 2 years now.
2 years? But I thought members could only expect to last for a week or so.
Ah, yes, but my case is peculiar. I'm not, properly speaking, a suicide at all. Merely an honorary member. I only visit the club once every 2 months or so. My infirmity, you know. And I pay a special rate. Even so, my luck has been quite extraordinary.
No luck? I'm afraid still don't really understand.
Oh, no, of course not. An ordinary member who comes here looking for death, like you, returns every evening till fortune favors him. He can even live on the premises, quite cheaply. The president's company is worth the money in itself.
Indeed, I shouldn't have thought it.
Oh, but you don't know the man. The drollest fellow. What stories and what cynicism.
I take it he's a permanency like yourself.
The only permanency, really. So far, I've been graciously spared, but I must go at last. But the president never plays, of course. He shuffles and deals for us and makes all the necessary arrangements. He's been running the club for over 3 years, and not a whisper of suspicion has been aroused. Quite astonishing when you come to think of it.
And he assists the members to commit suicide?
Yes, indeed. The whole thing's in his hands. You remember the case last week, the man who was accidentally poisoned in a chemist's
I
shop?
read about it in the papers.
Beautifully arranged. Though one of our president's less racy notions, but how simple and how safe.
You mean that man was one of the victims? I mean, one of your members?
Of course. Nearly every accident which you read about in the papers, in decent society, of course, is arranged for one or other of our members. Ex-members, I should
You'll
say.
have to forgive me, I'm still in the dark. You said that you've been lucky enough in lasting so long. I thought that the whole idea was to die as quickly as possible.
Naturally, but as I explained, I'm a special case. To me, the club is a sort of temporal intoxication. If I could stand the excitement, I should come here more often. As it is, I regard this as the ultimate in dissipation. I think I can say I've tried every other sort.
I can well believe it, if you'll excuse me saying so.
I'm flattered. Some people get their greatest excitement out of love or gambling or crime. To me, there's nothing so exciting as fear. In fact, you can envy me. I'm an utter coward. To such as me, the club offers particular excitement.
It does. I'm still in the dark. How is the excitement, as you call it, arranged?
Of course, I must tell you how the victim, I think that was your word, how the victim is selected every evening. But not only the victim, the other member, who is to act for the club and becomes death's high priest for the occasion.
You mean they kill each other?
Why, yes, the trouble of committing suicide is removed that way.
You mean one of us made a take decision to kill one of the others?
Why not? We should merely be doing him a service he requires. Would you refuse to oblige a friend?
Well, since you say that the game is interesting and exciting, how is it played?
And the members sit round the table and the president shuffles and deals the cards, one at a time to each member in turn. The member turns up his card, and I assure you, the suspense is almost unbearable, exquisite.
You mean one of the cards means that the member is to die?
Exactly. The ace of spades is the card of death.
And the card that turns him into a murderer?
We prefer to say, appoints him official of the night. That's another ace. The ace of clubs.
Now I could understand. Only too clearly. The man sitting by himself at the window, his head hanging, hands thrust deep in his trouser pockets, pale and sweating with fear. A wreck in soul and body. I could understand the cynical smile on the face of the president, the only one in the room who had nothing to lose by the game, who charged each man the price of his death or the hire of the killer. At last, we met again the man who had brought us to the club, the young madman of the cream tart. Is this your first night here as a member? I take it that it is.
Yes, as I say, quite a few of my friends have been members in the past. That's how I came to hear about it, while they were waiting for their ace of spades. You may remember a certain baronet who was crushed to death by a falling wall last month.
Yes, I seem to remember him. Was he a member as well?
He brought me with him to the door the night of the accident. Nobody outside this room knew what really happened to him. A fellow member who obliged him was drowned in a boating accident the following weekend. I hope to be as fortunate.
On your first night? Isn't that rather unlikely?
Unlucky at love, you know, lucky at cards. I lay you 5-1 that I draw the ace tonight.
I thought you'd spent your last sovereign on cream tart.
Oh, I'm sorry, of course I did. Well, wish me luck anyway.
Well, I wish you all that you wish yourself.
I wish you the same.
If it's your pleasure, gentlemen.
Well, this will decide it. One way or the other.
A pair of folding doors had been thrown open.
and the whole room full of men began to pass into the next room. The gaming room itself was similar in every way to the one which we had left, except for the furniture. The center of the room was occupied by a long green table, at the head of which the president seated himself. In front of him was a pack of cards, which he began to shuffle and cut with careful deliberation. 13 members sat down at the table. My friend and I, between the young man and the semi-paralyzed honorary member.
Very well, gentlemen. For the benefit of our new members, each of you must declare the card that's been dealt to him before I deal the card to his neighbor. Is that understood?
Yes.
Very well, then. I will begin to deal.
Fool of hearts. Knave of spades. 10 of hearts. Queen of hearts. 3 of clubs. 8 of diamonds.
7 of clubs.
Knave of diamonds.
Ace of hearts.
What? No.
I must ask you to declare your cards, sir.
The ace of clubs.
The ace of clubs. The card of the killer had been dealt to the young man of the cream tart. He dropped it on the table, his face whiter than the pasteboard, then left his place at the table and stumbled back into the smoking room. The excitement around the gaming table was now electric. The killer was known, and somewhere among the remaining 12 was the victim. Hope, fear, envy, and abject terror shone from the watching eyes of the players. Striking contrast to the cynical smile of the dealer.
5 of hearts.
King of spades.
4 diamonds.
The card had not been dealt to every member on the table. The president began to deal the second round.
Ace of clubs. Queen of spades. 5 of clubs. 6 of diamonds. 7 of spades.
King of hearts.
2 of diamonds.
And once again, the deal had come round to me. As I turned my card on the table, my heart was pounding in my chest. 10 of hearts. And now it was the turn of my neighbor, the honorary member.
The ace of spades. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Game for the night was at an end. As we left the room, the president beckoned to the young man of the green tarp. The man who had hoped to die was receiving his instructions as official of the night. A friend and I made our escape as quickly as we could. We hailed a hansom cab which took us back to our homes and back to some degree of sanity. Next morning, my friend came round to call on me after breakfast.
Well, have you seen it? In this morning's paper?
No? What? I haven't looked at the papers yet.
Then read this.
Mr. Bartholomew Malthus, well known in social circles, and Sir Andrew Flann were killed in a fall from the 4th floor window of the former's town residence. It appears that Sir Andrew had offered to assist Mr. Malthus up the stairs to his apartment, as the latter was suffering from the effects of a partial stroke. On emerging from the lift, it is thought that Mr. Malthus must have been seized with an attack of giddiness, which caused Sir Andrew to lead into an open window at the end of the corridor. It is thought that one of the gentlemen must then have stumbled, and that the other, in trying to save him, was dragged through the window in his turn.
The honorary member and the young man with the cream top.
So he died after all. Was it murder and suicide? Or murder and accidental death? I wonder.
Whatever it was, the world can spare them. Both of them.
Yes. And only one thing lacking to make it poetic justice.
You mean the president?
Yes. The president of the Suicide Club. What was the ultimate fate of those other members of the club? Whether the club is still in existence, or whether the murderer whose brain conceives it came to a violent end in turn, that is something I shall never know. All I know is this, that I never read of a fatal accident in the papers now, without wondering whether it was an accident, or just one further member of an association of madmen whose 40 pounds had been paid to join the Suicide Club.
It's mystery time. Time now for the best in mystery. Tonight, on Masters of Mystery, a suspenseful melodrama titled Success Story.
Charles, why is it that I'm always meeting people who pretend to be friendly when all they want is my money?
Money, Amelia, has a fascination for some people. A deadly fascination.
Good evening. This is Don Dowd, your host for Mystery Time. Back again to introduce another in ABC Radio's great Monday through Friday lineup of mystery dramas. Every night at this time, a new and different story. Our drama tonight on Masters of Mystery, produced by Clark Andrews and written by Robert E. Foster, is titled Success Story. The central character of our story is a man who believes in making plans for his future, plans that include even murder. So here, live on Masters of Mystery, Success Story.
What's the use of being clever if no one knows how clever you are? Any psychologist will tell you that the urge to boast is a fundamental one, and I'll never have a better opportunity. All right, I'll start with the moment when I sat in my room cleaning red clay off my handmade shoes. It was 20 years since I cleaned my own shoes, but I couldn't risk letting anyone else do it. That red clay was a dead giveaway if anyone had seen it, but no one did. Yes?
Charles?
Yes, Amelia, what is it?
Charles, I hate to bother you, but could you come over? I'm terribly upset. The police are here.
Police? Well, tell me what's wrong.
I don't know exactly, but someone tried to shoot me.
Shoot you? Was it Henry?
The police don't know for sure yet, but they suspect him.
Amelia, I know Henry was a favorite of your father's, but I tell you, the man is dangerous. You've got to get rid of him.
Please, Charles, I can't discuss it now. Can you come over?
Of course, I'll be right over. Amelia was 40, and everyone said that she had a beautiful nature, which means, of course, that she was as plain as a board fence. But I was vitally interested in Amelia. You see, she owned a controlling interest in Rankin Enterprises, the firm in which I had been working myself upward for years, until I was now the general manager. Amelia was also chairman of the board of directors. She'd inherited the business from her father, along with $3 million. She'd been on her own for 6 months now, and I felt she needed a man to assist and guide her. And I was working on it. I'd started by insisting to her that Henry, her caretaker, was old, half senile, and untrustworthy. I was all tender concern when Amelia let me into the house. Amelia, what's happened?
Charles, I'm so glad you came.
Who is this, Miss Rankin?
My name is Carter, officer. I'm general manager of Miss Rankin's firm. Now, what has happened?
Charles, as I told you, somebody tried to kill me tonight.
What? I cannot...
Just a minute, Mr. Carter. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue questioning the caretaker here.
Oh, why, of course.
Now, Henry, 2 hours ago, someone stood outside on the grounds and put a bullet through Miss Rankin's bedroom window.
Don't look at me. I've been with the family ever since this place was built. He trusted me, he did. He trusted me even more than he did her.
Henry.
It's true, ain't it? That's why he said it was to stay here. Called me alone into his room just before he died.
Who did?
Mr. Terrence, her father.
Oh, I see. Well, now, Miss Rankin, you say you'd been reading until about 9 o'clock?
Yes. I got up when I finished and walked past the window. It was a crash of glass. That's all I can tell you.
I see. Henry, what were you doing with this gun?
I've always had it. Mr. Terrence told me to always keep it handy.
And how do you explain the fact that one of the shells is discharged?
Someone must have took it while I was asleep.
And then walked out on the grounds, shot at Miss Rankin, returned to your house and left, huh?
Why not?
Miss Rankin, do you know of any reason why Henry would do a thing like this?
No, I don't.
Is this the house phone here on the desk?
Why, yes.
That connects with Henry's house?
That's right. The button on the left is for Henry.
I have a man searching there now. Is that you, Jacobs? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Search the grounds, too? You found where he stood to fire the shot, huh? Where? I see. Did you check the footprints against Henry's shoes? And the shoes did not match the prints?
What'd I tell you, officer? It was somebody else.
Well, they're gone at last.
Amelia, will you believe me now? I tell you, that man is not safe.
But we don't know, Charles.
You must think this over carefully. It could happen again.
But I can't let Henry go. After all, Father's last request.
You don't have to let him go.
Well, then, what do you think I should do, Charles?
Amelia, perhaps what you need is someone here to protect you.
Yes. Perhaps you're right, Charles.
I'd worked for that moment for months, and that shot I'd fired through Amelia's window earlier in the evening clinched it. Of course, I made certain not to hit her. I was clever enough not to move too fast. Presently, I bade her a tender good night, but the next day, I returned to take her for a walk. Just the two of us.
Isn't it lovely out today?
Yes, it is lovely. The world is full of beautiful things when one's in love. But, maybe I'm being presumptuous, Amelia.
Not you, Charles. Ever.
Oh, I'm glad of that. I want you to have faith in me.
Oh, I do, but it's just that since Mother and Dad died, I've had everything, of course, but I haven't really. I've had to be cautious, and you see, when you have money, you're always meeting people who pretend to be friendly when all they want is to get their hands on the money. What makes people that way, Charles? Is money that important?
It has a terrible fascination for some people.
If I thought a lot of someone and I found his motive was that, it would hurt me terribly.
Of course it would, Amelia.
And, Charles, you've been so sweet and kind. I've never been so happy, even though I am so alone.
Amelia, you do need someone. With Henry there, things the way they are, you ought to have someone to take care of you and
Well, to look out for everything.
What are you trying to say, Charles?
I'm asking you to marry me.
Do you really mean it?
Of course I do.
I'm so happy. Yes, Charles. Yes.
We were married. A big wedding, fashionable guests, everything. And I spent 3 months making sure that Amelia had no doubt. After all, it's only good salesmanship to keep the customer happy, isn't it? Then one day, I made the next move in my little plan.
Charles,
Yes?
come over here and sit beside me.
Well, I was going into the library, Amelia. I have a reference to look up.
I'll only be a moment.
All right. What's on your mind?
These few months we've been married, have they been happy for you?
They've been the happiest months of my life.
You've been more than kind to me.
You're holding back something. What is it?
These past few days, you've been acting a little different. As if you had something on your mind.
Why, I don't understand, Amelia.
I know what it must be like married to my money.
What do you mean?
It puts you outside in a way, doesn't it?
You mustn't feel like that, Amelia. It's ridiculous. It's absurd.
Just the same, from now on, everything I have is yours. And everything you have is mine. That's the way marriage should be, don't you think?
Please, darling.
Money isn't so important, Charles. Happiness means much more. I've found that out. I called my lawyer this afternoon.
Your lawyer?
There'll be some papers to sign to put everything in your name as well as mine.
Amelia.
Nothing is going to come between us, Charles. Everything we have will be shared. Always. Forever.
The papers were signed. Now I shared my everything with Amelia, including $3 million. But you have no idea how tiresome a woman like Amelia can be. Particularly when she insists on being with you every minute of the time. Because she loves you. So there was one more step in my plans. One afternoon, I walked into the Tecumseh Hotel in North City, 100 long miles from Green Acres in Amelia. My name's Charles Carter. I have a reservation.
Let's see. Room 241.
I asked for something at the back of the building. I have some reports to write, and I'll need quiet.
You'll find this satisfactory, I'm sure. Soundproof and in the rear.
Well, I'll be typing all afternoon and possibly late into the night. I don't want to be disturbed under any circumstances.
Yes, sir. I'll tell the operator.
Please tell the maids, too. If they hear me typing inside, they're not to come in.
Certainly, Mr. Carter. Front. Oh, clerk. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry. It was clumsy of me to bump into you.
Quite all right.
Clerk, my name is Lane. You're holding a reservation for me? That's right, Mr. Lane. I'll be right with you. The boy has your bag, Mr. Carter. You can go up now.
Part 3 of my plan was well underway, but I was a little jumpy. That fellow Lane. For a moment, I thought it was more than just coincidence. I'd seen him at the station when I'd arrived. But that was being foolish. A lot of people arrive in North City every day. 10 minutes later, alone in room 241, I opened my bag, took out a small portable phonograph with a repeating attachment on it. I put on a special record and listened. I made sure the whole thing was working perfectly. Then I sneaked out of the room. Down the back stairs and out the trade entrance of the hotel. In a bar around the corner, I found a telephone. Put in a long-distance call to Johnson, my assistant at the factory. I told him I was in North City and be there overnight. Then I phoned the hotel.
Good afternoon. Cups Hotel.
Will you ring Mr. Charles Carter's room, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Carter isn't receiving any calls.
This is important. I'm the superintendent of one of his plants.
I'm sorry, sir. You care to leave a message?
He is there, isn't he?
Yes, sir, but he said that he was not to be disturbed. If you'll leave a message...
No, thank you. I'll call back later. As I hung up, I knew that all my orders would be obeyed. Nothing would go wrong with my plan. On my way to get my car, I stopped and bought a bottle of liquor. That was to make Henry, the caretaker, sleep better. Because Henry was an important part of my plan. 2 hours later, I was driving up the road to Greenacres. But before I got to the house, I turned off the road and left the car in a wooded section. Then I walked up to the house, let myself in quietly, and found Amelia in the living room. Hello, Amelia.
Oh, Charles. It's you. I didn't hear you come in.
Well, I didn't mean to startle you, Amelia.
Where's the car, Charles? I didn't hear you drive up.
I had a little trouble with it. I left it down the road.
I'll have Henry look at it.
No, not tonight. Too late.
All right. I thought for a while you might not be coming home. I'm having a glass of wine. Won't you have one with me?
Thanks, I will. That tastes good.
You seem very keyed up, Charles. Is anything worrying you?
No, nothing. Just a big business deal I'm thinking about.
Is it anything I should know about?
No. Not yet, anyway.
Johnson called this afternoon. He was looking for some reports.
Yes, I know. I called him from North City.
North City?
Yes, I made a trip there to look over the new assembly line. But let's not talk business tonight, Amelia. Not up to it.
I'm sorry. More wine?
Thanks. That's fine. Now, why don't you run up to bed, Amelia? I want to take a bottle of bourbon over to Henry. Just a friendly little gesture.
Poor Henry. He has been acting more oddly than ever. As if he resented something.
I'll try to fix things up. Get him back in a good frame of mind.
Don't sit up all hours now, will you?
No, Amelia. I'll be back soon. Don't wait up for me. Let me pour you another drink, Henry.
Ain't you drinking none, Mr. Carter?
We've been drinking some wine, Mrs. Carter and I. Oh, they don't mix so well.
How come you're over here pouring me drinks this time of night?
Oh, I don't know. I just thought that we should get to know each other better.
Well, it's a pity Mrs. Carter don't trust me like she used to.
Well, let's not us quarrel. Here, have another drink.
Well, don't mind if I do.
That seems to empty the bottle. I guess I better be getting back. But I'm glad we had this talk, Henry. Very glad. Yes, we'd had a very successful talk, Henry and I. He was nodding when I left. The liquor would put him to sleep fast. I hurried back to the house, stopping only long enough to pick up Henry's work gloves and his hatchet from the woodpile. I entered the house carefully. It was dark. I felt my way toward the stairs, and just as I reached the bottom step, I bumped against the standing lamp.
Charles? Is that you, Charles?
Yes, it's me.
What happened?
I just bumped into a lamp.
Oh, lock the door before you come up, will you, dear?
Yes, of course. Go back to sleep now. I stood there with a hatchet in my hand. I felt the sweat breaking out on my forehead. At the last moment, I was wavering. I waited, telling myself I was waiting for Amelia to go back to sleep. I was really trying to get up my nerve again. Everything was perfect so far. There wasn't a reason in the world for not going through with it.
What's the matter, Charles?
What?
Why don't you come up?
I think I'll read for a while. I'll be up pretty soon. Go to sleep, dear. I spent a moment running over in my mind what I must do. First, Amelia. Then back to Henry's cottage. Leave his gloves and hatchet hidden. But not so well hidden. Henry'd be asleep. Lift him, carry him out to the garage, drape him over the wheel of his car, start the motor, and leave him there. Everyone knew of his temper, his continual bickering with Amelia over little things. The picture would be perfectly clear. Too much whiskey, a drunken resolve to kill Amelia, an attempted flight, collapse over the wheel, death by carbon monoxide. And I would be 100 miles away in the Hotel Tecumseh, absolved from any suspicion. There was no reason for hesitating. I started up the stairs again. The bedroom was dark, except for a faint moonlight. There was Amelia, a dim shape huddled beneath the covers. I tiptoed to the bed. Oh, I hated her. I nerved myself and stuck. Goodbye, Amelia. Goodbye.
Charles,
Amelia.
you can stop striking that rolled-up blanket, Charles. I'm over here by the window.
What?
Yes. I've been standing here looking out at the moonlight. It's beautiful, isn't it? I can see everything so clearly tonight, Charles.
Won't do you any good to yell. No one will hear you.
I'm not going to yell. You see, Charles, I know everything you did today. I hired a detective to follow you a week ago.
A detective?
I thought you were in some kind of trouble. I hired the detective to see what it was so I could help you.
So you could help me?
He learned of your reservation in North City. He was waiting for you at the hotel when you got there.
Lane. That's his name, isn't it?
That's the name he used, yes.
Well, go on.
He phoned me and told me you were in your room typing. I told him you couldn't type.
So he got into my room.
It was a clever way to establish an alibi. I knew you wouldn't go to so much trouble except for something very, very big. And I guessed the only thing it could be.
Get to the point, Amelia.
Pretty ridiculous, wasn't it? Believing that out of all the people there was one whom I could trust, whom I could share everything with.
Where's your detective now? Outside, I suppose.
No. He did his work. He's gone.
We're alone?
Yes, quite alone. Remember our agreement? That we should share everything?
Well?
When I became convinced you were planning to kill me, I couldn't bear it. I don't mean about dying, but to have my trust shattered so. Life didn't seem worth living anymore.
What are you getting at?
I took certain precautions, Charles.
Precautions?
That wine we both drank when you came in. It was poisoned.
Poisoned? I don't believe you. You're lying.
No, I'm not. It's slow acting, quite painless. In half an hour or so, we'll fall asleep and not wake up.
You are lying. You're trying to trick me.
Why should I? Oh, Charles, I hoped so. I was wrong. I hoped so hard. I even prepared for that. I have a bottle of the antidote here. If you had come upstairs and simply gone to bed, I was prepared to give you the antidote on some free.
The antidote? Give it to me.
No, Charles, no. We agreed to share everything, remember? And we must share this... What? This bottle.
Amelia.
There. It's gone now, Charles. It's all gone.
This is Don Dowd again, your host for Mystery Time. You have just heard Masters of Mystery, live from New York.
It's Mystery Time. Time now for the best in mystery. Tonight on Masters of Mystery, an exciting melodrama titled No One Will Ever Know.
Sure, we supply bodyguards by the day, a week, or month.
It's got to be 24 hours a day. Your best man. And I want him to shoot to kill.
Good evening. This is Don Dowd, your host for Mystery Time, back again to introduce another in ABC Radio's great Monday through Saturday lineup of mystery dramas. Every night at this time, a new and different story. Our drama tonight on Masters of Mystery, presented live from New York, is written by Leonard St. Clair and is titled No One Will Ever Know. Murder is bad business under any circumstances. But when a man plots to make himself the victim, well, we promise you plenty of suspense as Masters of Mystery brings you No One Will Ever Know.
Nobody believes me. They all think it's my imagination. The sick dream of a sick mind. But I know he's out there in the night. I know he's waiting for me. Waiting for the right moment to kill me. Nobody believes it could happen because everybody still believes I'm lucky. Lucky Sam Parnell, the man who always wins. Lucky Sam who bought that stock that jumped 10 points in 2 days. Lucky Sam who was on the long shot at yesterday's race. Lucky Sam who owns a piece of that oil well out in Texas. That's the way it was with me until last week. It was Monday evening. I'd just gotten home. The maid took my raincoat and I headed for the bar to fix myself a drink.
Hello, Sam, darling. How are you?
Fine, honey. How about a martini?
Love one.
Good. There we are. And?
Sam, you haven't noticed.
Notice what?
My new dress.
Oh, well, it's fine. It's, pretty fancy, isn't it?
Well, it's a cocktail dress, darling. I thought I ought to have something new for the both. And I promise I won't cost you any more until we get to Paris.
Who's complaining? All right, honey. To the trip.
To Paris.
Good.
That's delicious. Oh, by the way, did you find the telegram?
Telegram?
Why, I left it on the bar for you.
Oh?
Yes, here it is. Practically under your nose.
Oh? I wonder who.
I called your office in case you wanted me to read the message to you, but you'd already left.
What?
What? Oh, what's the matter?
Nothing, dear, nothing. I'm sorry. It was a clumsy thing to do.
Oh, darling, there is something wrong. You look sick.
No, I'm all right. There's nothing the matter. Look, Catherine, can you get a rag and mop up this mess?
Why, the maid will do it, dear. Sam, what was in that telegram? Who is it from? Tell me, who was it from?
Please, honey, you're getting yourself all upset about nothing. Suppose you go tell Lottie to clear up this broken glass, I'll fix us another round of drinks. As soon as Catherine disappeared toward the kitchen, I reread the telegram. Sorry, old man, our well is a dry hole. Send 10,000 more to clean up final deaths. Signed, Harry. 10,000 more. 10,000 I didn't have. Every penny I had poured into that Texas well was borrowed money. Harry ought to know that. This was to be our big plunge. Harry and I were going to crack our first million. Now, Lucky Sam Parnell was broke. Bankrupt. After dinner, I locked myself in the study. I had to think. To work something out with pencil and paper. But it didn't work out.
The stocks and bonds would have to go to pay off the loans. The mortgage would take the house. The only asset left would be my life insurance. That $50,000 policy with the double indemnity clause. Yes?
Sam, can you come to the phone? It's Jimmy. He's calling from school.
Well, tell him I'm tied up, Kathy, and give him my love.
Oh, but darling, he wants to say goodbye to you before we sail.
Well, then you can tell him we're not going to Europe.
What?
I'm turning in our tickets in the morning. Tell Jimmy the old man's got to stay and close a business deal. The biggest deal of my life. Don't argue with me, Catherine, and don't wait up for me. I'll be working most of the night. I'll see you in the morning. The biggest business deal of my life. It would be that, all right. And my last deal. I sat up most of the night trying to work it out. The idea was okay, but I was going to need help. Expert help. The next morning, I dropped by to see Max. His office is in the back of a particular drugstore on 43rd Street.
Hello, Mr. Parnell. It was a pretty good long shot running in the 8th this afternoon. As if you didn't know.
That isn't why I came by, Max.
Oh?
Max, there's a man who's in trouble. He's looking for somebody who'll do anything for a price.
Sounds like he's in big trouble.
He is. In a few days, he'll be broke.
That's big enough.
It occurred to me, Max, that you might have some friends, some connections.
No friends. Connections, maybe.
Somebody you can trust? Somebody who won't talk?
What's the job?
To kill a man.
What? Now, look, Mr. Parnell.
Max, you're doing business with the mobs all the time. You must know somebody. Now, if it's done right, there won't be any risk. And there's $5,000 in it.
Suppose we, level with each other, Mr. Parnell. Now, this friend of yours. You, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, who do you want taken care of?
Me.
You sound like you mean it.
I do. Max, I'll be completely wiped out within a month. I don't want my wife and my boy to know I'm a failure. I don't want them out in the streets. I want them to hold on to what they've got now. I'm too old to start all over again. My luck's run out, Max. Alive, I'm worth nothing, not even to myself. Dead, at least my family will get by.
Life insurance? Huh?
Yes. Double indemnity. But the company won't pay off for suicide.
So, it has to look like an accident, hmm? Oh, Mr. Parnell.
Max, there's no other way. I'm afraid to fake it myself. I'll pay $5,000.
All right. Maybe I can get a boy for you, but... Well, with this kind of deal, you'll have to be paid in advance.
I'll bring the money this afternoon.
Okay.
Max?
Yeah.
How do you think he'll do it?
Better if you don't know, isn't it? You might get too anxious. Yeah, maybe too helpful. Well, he'll make it so no one will ever know. Not even you.
When I left Max, I went directly to the steamship office and got a refund on our round-trip tickets to Europe. $1,400. I needed every penny I could get hold of to make the $5,000 for Max. But I got it. And that afternoon, I gave it to him in cash. All I had to do now was wait. Tuesday passed. And Wednesday. Thursday. Every morning when I left for the office, I kissed Catherine goodbye for what might be the last time. Every night when I came home to her, I dreaded the thought of leaving again in the morning. The strain began to get unbearable. Let's get this over with, Max. Let's end it before I go mad. And Friday afternoon. Hello?
Sam?
Oh, yes, dear.
Western Union just delivered another telegram to the house. Do you want me to read it to you?
Yes, would you please?
Well, wait a minute until I open it. Here's what it says. New well came in this morning. Looks like 1,000 barrels per day.
What?
Congratulations, oil baron. And it's signed Harry. Oh, Sam, how wonderful.
Yes, Catherine, how wonderful, how unbelievable.
Now we can go to Europe after all and forget everything. You'll call off that other deal that you said would keep you here, won't you, dear? Won't you? Sam, are you listening?
That other deal? No, it can't go through now. It mustn't. I've got to get to Max. I don't want to get killed.
I tell you, he's gone, Mr. Parnell.
Gone, but where? You've worked for him for years. You must know where he's gone.
I don't know. Right after the last time you were here, he came out and gave me 2 weeks' wages. And that's pleasant for you, Charles, he said. I'm going on a vacation, maybe 2 or 3 months.
Well, look, some of his friends must know where he is. Tell me where I can find them.
I never paid any mind to his friends, Mr. Parnell. The only reason I know your name is because you told me once.
It's too late. I'm too late. Max didn't tell me who was going to do it or when or where. He said no one will ever know. Not even me.
Darling, you're home early.
Catherine, how soon can you pack your bags?
Why,
I'm phoning the airline right now to see if we can get tonight's plane for London.
Oh, but that's impossible. Well, I'll need at least a week to close up the house there. The servants...
All right, then I'm leaving tonight by myself. You can join me later.
What? But I don't want to. Sam, there's something wrong. Your sight is deaf.
That's a good comparison.
Sam, give me that phone. Now, what's happened? Sam, tell me.
So I told her. The whole story. Right from Harry's first telegram and my idea about the life insurance. Catherine's face went as white as mine. Her eyes stared at me with a dazed, unbelieving expression.
How could you have thought of such a thing? Without you, this house and your money would mean nothing.
You don't understand, Catherine. Look, pack your bags. Any hour, any minute, Max is liable to go through with his part of the deal.
Darling.
Please get started, Catherine. I'll phone the airline.
No, let me do it. You're much too upset.
All right. I'll start cleaning up my desk. Now, if the London plane is sold out, get a seat on a plane going somewhere else. Anywhere.
Hello? This is Parnell, Dr. Meade. Please come right over. Sam is terribly sick.
Catherine, give me that phone. Are you out of your mind?
No, dear, I'm not. But I'm afraid you are.
She didn't believe me. She thought I was cracking up. I grabbed the phone and called the airline myself. The best I could do was tomorrow's plane, 14 hours away. 14 hours I had to gamble on staying alive.
Sam, Dr. Meade was called away on an emergency, but he sent Dr. Ives to see you.
I don't want to see him.
But, Sam, you must see him.
There's nothing the matter with me, I tell you. You've got to believe me, Doctor. That's why Max left town, don't you see? So he won't be connected with my death. But the guy he hired is waiting for me. It'll be any time, anywhere. I won't take a sedative. Keep away from me. Catherine, don't let him use that needle. Catherine! Catherine! Catherine?
I'm right here, Sam.
What time is it?
It's 10 o'clock. Wouldn't you like some breakfast?
Breakfast? 10 in the morning? Catherine, get my clothes, the plane.
It took off an hour ago, darling. I canceled our reservations.
You canceled our reservations?
Sam, now listen to me. You're going to be all right. Dr. Ives says this happens to a lot of men when they overwork. He says all you need is to rest and forget about business.
Dr. Ives, he knows all about everything, doesn't he? Except when I'm going to be killed. And how? And where? As soon as my wife left the room, I jumped out of bed and dressed. I slipped down the back stairs, and before Catherine and the servants spotted me, I had my car out of the garage. I drove to the nearest precinct station. As I pulled up to the curb, I couldn't help noticing the yellow coupe that passed me and parked further up the street. I thought I saw the driver stare at me, but I wasn't sure. I couldn't afford to take any chances, so I got back into the car and drove on. Besides, I'd have been a fool to go to the police. If anything did happen to me, the police would notify the insurance company and Catherine would get nothing. I drove aimlessly around town. Then I happened to look in the rearview mirror. And there he was, the man in the yellow coupe. This was it. I tried to lose him in traffic. Across town and back. Still he hung on. I swung into a parking lot and jumped out. I ran into the nearest building. I had to lose him. I had to. Just as I stepped into the elevator, my eyes suddenly focused on the office directory. Ryan Detective Agency. Investigations, Property, and Personal Protection. Room 1402.
Whatever you wish, Mr. Parnell. We supply bodyguards by the day, a week, or as long as you want.
It's got to be 24 hours a day. Your best man, and I want him to shoot to kill.
Well, that all depends. If the circumstances warrant...
Mr. Ryan, somewhere outside this office, in the hallway, or in the elevator, or on the street, a man I don't even know is waiting to kill me. I waited there in the office till Ryan brought in Harrison, the man who was to be my bodyguard for the first 12-hour shift. We left the office together and picked up my car. As we drove back to the house, I watched for the yellow coupe. Yes, there it was, keeping about a half a block behind us. When we pulled into our driveway, the coupe kept on going and then turned to the next corner. I sprinted for the front door and slammed it.
Sam, is that you? Oh, darling, you gave me such a fright when you sneaked off this morning. Oh, what are you doing? What are you looking out of the window for?
I'm waiting for him to turn around and drive past again.
Oh, Sam, you can't keep on like this. You're ill, don't you realize?
Sure. This is all my imagination. Catherine, tell the cook to fix dinner for one extra. Harrison will be eating with us. He's my bodyguard.
Bodyguard?
He's putting the car in the garage. He'll be along in a minute.
Well, I want you to get rid of him. There's absolutely no danger. Tell him to go.
Is that what you want? Why? Maybe you want me to be killed.
Who's that?
Perhaps my insurance looks pretty good to you after all. And all the money that'll be coming in from that oil well.
Stop it. I can't take any more. I can't.
I'm sorry, Catherine. I guess I am sick. With fear. But everything's going to be all right, honey. I've told the detective agency to track down Max. We'll get word to him that the deal is off.
Yes, dear.
Max will call off his boy and I'll be safe. Then I won't need the bodyguard. That makes sense, doesn't it?
I suppose so.
Sure it does. We'll see Europe yet, Catherine. You and I together. What's that?
Why, Sam, it was only a car. Backfiring.
This is too much. Too much for any human being to stand for long. For how long? How long will it take to find Max? A day? 2, 3, a week? What will happen in the meantime? We played cards all evening. Catherine, Harrison, and I. But my mind was on another game. A game for my life. $11:00. Catherine kissed me goodnight and we came up to our rooms. She's probably asleep by now. And Harrison, the bodyguard, is stationed outside my door in the big easy chair, reading from the stack of magazines. Or is he asleep, too? He mustn't be, because my life depends on him. But I've got to sleep. I must rest and sleep. I can't go on this way with no sleep. Midnight. Still sleep won't come. This maddening waiting for what? When? Perhaps if I read a while. Yes, I'll close the window, sit up and read a while. Wait a minute, that sound. It's a radio. His radio in the yellow coupe. There in front of the house, it's him out there waiting for me, waiting to kill me. He's not waiting, he's getting out of his car. Harrison, wake up. He's come for me. He's coming to the front door. Harrison! You won't get me. Not that easy, because all you'll find is Harrison sound asleep outside my door, because I'm going out this window now. Now, if I can make it to the garage without being seen. headlights behind me. No, it can't be. But it is. He turned the corner, too.
All right, Max. I'll make your friend sweat for his 5,000. I'm going to cheat him out of it, Max, because he won't get me. Do you hear? I won't let him. I won't let him, Max. It's my life. And I'm still Lucky Sam, do you hear? I'm going to win because I'm still lucky.
I heard the crash. I ran out as quick as I could.
The ambulance is on the way, Mrs. Parnell, but I'm afraid that...
I told you. Dr. Ives told you he was a sick man. That's why I hired you, Mr. Miller, to keep him from doing something foolish. And you drove him to this.
I followed my order, ma'am. I never let him out of my sight. When I saw him go to the bedroom window from where I was parked outside in my coupe, I figured he was going to jump. That's when I rang your doorbell.
And he thought you were someone who was going to... Oh, Mr. Miller, could Sam have been right? Could there have been someone?
Like Max? Maybe, Mrs. Parnell, but if I was a cheap bookie and your husband gave me $5,000 to kill him, I'd just take the money and float town. Why go through with a risky deal when you've already got the dough? No, it doesn't make sense. Like you said, ma'am, your husband was pretty sick. How sick? I guess nobody will ever know.
It's mystery time. Time now for the best in mystery. Tonight, Mystery Classic stars Sir Ralph Richardson in My Adventure in Norfolk. Here's Sir Ralph Richardson, and Mystery Time presents him now, transcribed in the adventure classic, My Adventure in Norfolk, by A.J. Allen.
Well, I don't know how it is with you, but 4 or 5 weeks after the new year, my wife always says to me, "Have you thought about where we shall go in August?" And of course I always say no. And then she starts looking through advertisements of bungalows to let. But it happened last year as usual, and I had forgotten all about it, as usual. Until one very foul morning in February, it was snowing like a barnstormer's production of East Lynne. Margaret looked up from her letters at breakfast and said,
I think it's the very place.
Uh-huh.
The man seems very civil, too.
Oh, good. You know, if you ask me, the government will never get this new bill through.
It's in Norfolk, a place called Hickling Broad.
Eh? What is?
But this bungalow, of course, I told you. It's furnished, too, with boathouse, garden, and garage.
It seems hardly possible.
And plate and linen. He says we can go and see it and stay the night. He'll arrange for a woman to come in and oblige.
No, just a minute. I remember now. Isn't that the place with the exorbitant rent?
Yes, but you'll have to talk to him about that. He's bound to come down. They always do.
My experience is they always don't.
You're never firm enough. Anyway, we can go down on Thursday and stay the night.
What? In this weather?
It may be beautiful by then. You know what the weather is this time of year.
Between then and Thursday, the weather did everything it does at any time of the year. But when the train battled its way into Potter Heigham Station, and we stood shivering on the platform, it was settled again, snowing hard. Fortunately, the car I'd ordered was waiting, and the 5-mile drive to the bungalow, which seemed to be in the most desolate spot on earth, was accomplished with no more than average hazard. I was apprehensive in case the woman who was to oblige should have proved disobliging, but my fears were groundless. Although it was late and dark when we arrived, we found fires burning, and she'd even cooked us a steak apiece.
And so if you're sure you'll be all right now, sir, I'll be getting along home. I can catch the last bus at the top of the lane.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Selson. Oh, we'll be quite happy now.
Hope that steak's all right. I asked the butcher to pick it out special.
Oh, very nice, thanks. It's knives probably need sharpening.
I'd stay if my husband was all right, but it was a nasty operation, and if I denied it, I'd be a liar. If I was to tell you what they'd done to him, you'd hardly believe
I'm sure it must have been very trying. Well, if you must go, Mrs. Selston.
Messy, that's what it was. And the dressings. Why, every night I have to... Are you sure that steak's nice, Mum? You've hardly touched it.
I don't think I feel very hungry after all.
But now, look here, we mustn't let you miss your bus, Mrs. Selston. I'll light you to the door.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You know, I rather like this oil lamp business myself. It's not so stark as electricity. Right. Not snowing much now, I see. Well, thank you very much for coming in. We'll be seeing you in the morning.
That's all right, sir.
Now, I can't think why they always refer to that type of woman as homely. Nursing homely would be a better description. What, tired, dear?
I am rather. It's been a long day.
Yes. I think bed's indicated. I tell you what, you go up. There's enough fire left in the bedroom for you to undress by. I'll boil a kettle and bring you up a hot water bottle. Mrs. Ting's left 2 enormous stone ones in the kitchen.
I think I will go up if you don't mind. I feel most dreadfully tired quite suddenly. I expected to see a reaction after rushing about all day.
Yes, and the complete absence of any noise leaves you in a sort of vacuum. This is a quiet place, please. I don't think I've heard a sound since we arrived. Well, that's funny.
What is?
That car, just as I said that. What, is it a car?
I didn't hear anything.
Oh. Well, perhaps it wasn't then. I'll tell you what is funny. The way we speak of going up to bed. Well, there isn't any up. This is a bungalow. You go southeast to bed, or is it northwest? Anyway, off you go, dear. I won't be long with your bottle. When Margaret had gone, I put the kettle over the fire and lit my pipe. The kettle started singing away. And as it hadn't any competition, it sounded like a massed choir. On one of its downward cadences, I thought I heard the car again. I took the kettle off for a minute to listen. But there was nothing. Not that it mattered if there had been a car. But you know how it is, when everything's very quiet, how you give every little noise its full value. Well, I put the kettle back and had a look out of the window. It was pretty dark, but with that sort of luminous darkness that you get with the snow. And then, down the road, beyond the bungalow and behind some trees that bordered the road, I saw a light. I didn't want to bother Margaret, so I crept along the hall and opened the front door quietly.
What's that?
Ah, it's only me, dear. I was just going to pop out for a minute.
Whatever for? I thought you were coming to bed.
Well, I am. Just a tick. Just want to put the nose out first.
Do mind what you're doing. You'll fall into a drift or something.
Well, actually, I fell into an adventure. I suppose you could call it that. When I got out, the cause of the radiance was obvious. It was the light of a car, one of those square box-looking saloons with a flat radiator about the size of a small hotel. But what was more interesting was there was a girl tinkering with the engine, quite an attractive girl as far as I could see, too. But she was pretty well muffled up with fur, so I couldn't be quite sure. Oh, good evening. Anything I can do?
Oh, thank you. I don't really know what's the matter. Just stopped.
It smells hot, doesn't it? Are there any water in the radiator?
I don't know. I expect so. There always is water in radiators, isn't there?
Oh, I see your point. It depends whether anyone's remembered to put some in. Let's have a look, shall we?
I can't see any. By Jove, she is hot. We better get some water in there. I can get some from my garage.
Couldn't we use snow?
Oh, better not. Now, hold on a jiffy. I'll get a bucket. By the time I got back with a bucket of water, she'd found a funnel. And so I poured a little water into the radiator. Oh, look out now. Oh. Talk about volcanoes. I've even blown the funnel out. Well, let me see if I can turn the engine over.
Well, I couldn't move it.
I'll have a go. Oh, come on up, you brute. No, it's no go. It feels solid. I can't move it an inch.
But it's no good. I must get on.
But, my dear girl, it's miles to anywhere.
I can't help that. I tell you, I've got to... What's that?
What's what?
That noise. Listen.
That sounds like another vehicle coming. But if it comes this way, you can get a tow, or at least a lift to a more acceptable roof. I can see its lights. It's a long way off, though. You can see for miles in this flat country. It struck me the girl didn't seem to be as pleased as she ought to have been. Well, as the lights and the sound of the engine got nearer, she was at first uneasy, then plainly scared. Hello there.
What's up, Gov? Skidding? Oh, broke down, have you?
Well, this lady has. Pretty completely, too. She's seized up solid. I mean, the car has. I wonder if you could help with a tow or a lift.
Well, I'm going to Norwich. I could give the lady a lift that far if she liked. But what about the car?
Well, I'll tell you what. If you could give me a hand, we could push it into the garage for tonight. There's no car in it. And then, Miss, if you could send for it in the morning, but not too late, though, because I'm going to London.
I suppose that's what we'll have to do.
Well, a little gratitude on her part would have been more gracious. Well, the lorry driver, whose name turned out to be Williams, helped me push the car into the garage, and a tough job it was. It was heavy, for one thing, and the body and the wings were slippery with snow and ice. The girl made no attempt to help. She just fussed around as though she thought we might run off with the beastly thing. And she seemed a bit calmer when it was safely in with the doors locked. As we walked away from the garage, I suddenly realized how cold it was.
Safe enough there, miss. No one could start it anyway.
Oh, no. Oh, it's cold. You two ought to come in and have a drink before you start.
Oh, but
I don't mind if I do, sir.
Oh, it won't take a minute. It'll warm you both. This way.
I'll come in a jiffy, sir. I'd better pull my lorry out in the middle of the road in case anything else comes along. Don't want something up the back of it.
I took the girl in and sat her by the sitting room fire. And then I went out again to show Williams the way in. I met him by the gate.
Lady a friend of yours, sir?
Never seen her before in my life.
If you ask me, sir, there's something fishy about her. What's a young lady driving round at night and in this weather alone for?
I mixed 3 whiskies and water. There wasn't any soda. I took my first opportunity to study the girl. Well, she's a bit older than I thought, and she treated us with a lack of friendliness. Well, we'd done nothing to deserve it. There was a vague hostility and suspicion, which was rather hard lines on us, considering, and she kept dodging out of the light. It struck me as odd. She hurried Williams over his drink in a rather foolish way in view of the fact that he was to drive her. When he'd gone to start the engine, I asked her if she was all right for money, and apparently she was. Well, I reminded her to send early for the car, and she said she would, and off they went. You asleep, dear?
No. I believe I dozed for a minute. Why did you go out?
Yes. I thought I heard something. I went down to see. I was right to it. It was a car broken down outside, and the girl all on her own. I gave her a drink, but she wouldn't stop. She's gone off to Norwich in a lorry.
The girl wouldn't stop? Well, where's her car?
We've shoved it in the garage.
But you must have been gone for hours. Why didn't you wake me up?
I told her about it and the way the girl had acted and how she'd been anxious to get away. Then Margaret said something which made me think.
I think the whole thing's most peculiar.
Peculiar? Well, funny you should say that. The lorry chap said it was fishy. Look here. Where did she come from? This is an unimportant road, not one you'd normally take.
No, unless you were avoiding people. If you were driving a stolen car, for instance.
A stolen car? Well, I never thought of that.
You wouldn't. It was a girl.
If it was stolen... By Joe, I'm going to have another look at that car. No, don't you move. I'll slip out and I'll look at it again. That car may hold the clue to the whole fishy business. It was very dark outside and so still that the candle I carried burnt without a flicker. It wasn't a large garage and the car nearly filled it. We'd backed it in so that it would be easier to tow out. Not the sort of car I'd pinch. That engine's still warm. Well, I've seen the engine. There are no clues there. If I can squeeze along the wall, I can get a peep in at the back. Hello, frosted windows. Oh, no, of course not. It's rail frost. I wonder if there's room to open the door. Of course, it would open away from me. Hey, don't shout. You're pitting me against the wall. I didn't know anyone was there. Good heavens. He wasn't pushing. He was as dead as a doornail. When I got over my first shock, I managed to bundle the body back into the car and have a look at it. It was the body of a tall man with a moustache and evidently been propped up on the floor against the door so that as soon as I opened the door, it had slumped out. He was tall and thin, dark, dressed in tweeds and a raincoat, no papers in the pocket. There was a note case with £9 in it. No tailor's name on the clothes, nothing whatever to give any clue to his identity. But it was obvious why he was dead. There was a bullet hole under his right shoulder blade. Someone had shot him from behind, and I guessed the bullet had gone through into the lung. Well, what was I to do? There was no phone in the house. The nearest police station was probably miles away, and I had no transport. Besides, there was Margaret. I couldn't stroll off and leave her alone. There was no night to drag her around with me, round the countryside. In the end, I shut the car door again, carefully locked up the garage, and went to bed.
What on earth have you been doing? What an age you've been.
I'm sorry, darling, sorry.
Well, did you find anything?
Yes, I found something in the back of the car.
What was it?
I found £9.
£9? In the back of the car?
Yes, in the back of the car, in a wallet.
Oh, how extraordinary. She must have forgotten all about it.
Yes. I wonder if she did.
Well, how do you mean?
I was just wondering.
What did you do with it?
Well, I left it there. I thought it was best. After all, it's none of my business. Well, there's nothing we can do about it now, is there?
No.
No. Well, then, let's go to sleep.
Good night. I'm so tired.
Next thing I knew, it was broad daylight and 9 a.m. Mrs. Selson was due at 10, so I tumbled out pretty quickly. I wanted to have another look at the car and the body in daylight. Unfortunately, I think the mention of the £9 had roused my wife's curiosity, and she insisted on coming to the garage with me. Now, look here, dear, I didn't tell you last night, but, well, there's something rather more to this than I said. You had to be prepared for a bit of a shock.
A shock? Why? What else is there?
Well, you see,
But there's no car here at all. The garage is empty.
I've never had such a shock in my life. No car, no body, nothing. There was a patch of grease on the floor where I dropped the candle, but otherwise there was nothing to show that I'd ever been in there. Another queer thing, there were no wheel marks. Either in the garage or outside, so it had apparently snowed very heavily again and covered them up. It didn't look as though there'd been all that snow. Margaret was inclined to laugh at the whole thing. We went back to the house, and she got some breakfast.
My belief is that you sat by the fire after I'd gone to bed, dozed, and dreamt the whole thing. There never was any car or girl. Wishful thinking, probably.
And did I dream going out to the garage again and finding the £9?
I don't know, but you must admit that the...
Wait a minute. Look here, the glasses.
The glasses?
Yes. I said I gave them a drink, didn't I? Well, if the glasses are there, that proves it. I was in that drawing room like a shot. The glasses were there, 3 of them, just as they'd left them. So I had been right. But I still didn't say anything about the body. The mystery was quite mysterious enough already. Besides, an idea was forming at the back of my mind, and I wasn't ready to talk about it.
But if there was a car and a girl came back and took it, how did she do it without waking us? Well, the garage is so close to the house, and we're not heavy sleepers.
She couldn't have done it alone anyway. It wouldn't have started. So it had to be either towed or pushed, neither of which could be done by one person.
What are you going to do with that glass? Why have you wrapped it in your handkerchief?
I'm going to take it away with me. Well, I didn't say a word to Mrs. Selston about our night's fun and games, but I settled up with her, and soon after that, our previously ordered car came to drive us to the station. On the way, I called on the landlord of the bungalow and told him we'd let him know about taking it. Neither Margaret nor I could make up our minds just then whether we wanted to see the place again or not. I had the girl's glass with me, carefully packed in that biscuit tin. And when we reached Liverpool Street... Taxi?
Yes, all right, sir.
All right. Scotland Yard. I was lucky. My friend Inspector Gregson was in. He even seemed quite pleased to see me. Well, I didn't tell him the story to begin with. It seemed a bit thin in broad daylight. But I brought out the glass and I asked him if he could test it for prints and identify them. Well, he was a bit amused, but Gregson's a sport and he knows me. Well, his chaps are awfully quick on the job, and it wasn't long before one came back and laid a file on the desk in front of the inspector. Gregson thumbed it through for a bit, and then he looked up and grinned at me.
Well, Alan, we know your little lady right enough. I've got a picture of her here, too. Here, is that the damsel you're looking for?
Yes, that's her, by Jove, yes. Who is she?
Oh, she's had lots of names at different times, but her last one was Naomi Sterling. She was in twice for shoplifting, but that was early in her career. Later on, she took up with the leader of a very well-known race gang, one of the nastiest pieces of work we've had in this country. Here, there's a picture of him, too. Here it is.
Good Lord, the body.
What?
It doesn't matter for a minute, no. Go on. What, do you know any more about these people?
Yes, quite a bit. This race gang fell foul of another gang, and there was a bit of a scrap. Naomi's boyfriend, he was known as Smug, got shot dead in the fight. Naomi managed to get him away in a car, but the car broke down. It was somewhere in Norfolk, I believe.
But Gregson, look here. Oh, well, go on.
Well, it seems that she left the car and the dead man in a garage belonging to some simple oaf that she'd kidded into helping her. Anything the matter, Alan?
No, nothing. No, go on.
Well, she left it in this garage and got a lift in a milk lorry that was going to Norwich. Only she never got there.
Oh, I see. Well, you knew all about this, and you picked her up on the way.
No, we didn't. We didn't know about it until afterwards. Apparently, the lorry was being driven pretty furiously in the snow, and it skidded on a bend and hit a wall. Naomi and the driver, a chap named Williams, were thrown out and rammed their heads against the wall. And that, in case you don't know, is a very, very fatal thing to do. Anyhow, it was in their case. What are you gaping like a fish for? Don't you believe me?
Yes. No, I mean, look here, Gregson, I know you chaps are pretty smart, but how on earth can you know all this and have it there in black and white? There hasn't been time. It only happened last night.
Last night? Last night, my foot. It happened 4 years ago this February. Why, the people we're talking about have been dead for 4 years. Great Scott, Ellen, what's the matter? You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
And that was the end of my adventure in Norfolk. But just think of it. I could have stuck to that 9,000.
It's mystery time. Time now for the best in mystery. Tonight on Masters of Mystery, an exciting melodrama entitled Murder in Haste.
All I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
I could go to the police.
I'll make it worth your while. I'll pay handsomely.
And if I say no?
Then I'll have no choice but murder.
Good evening. This is Don Dowd, your host for Mystery Time. Back again to introduce another in ABC Radio's great Monday through Friday dramas. Every night at this time, a new and different story. Our drama tonight on Masters of Mystery, presented live from New York, is written by Eleanor Beeson and titled Murder in Haste. Not everyone gets a chance for a fresh start, a new identity. When Elbert Taylor gets such an opportunity, he feels that Lady Luck has done him a wonderful favor, until he discovers that it takes more than a change of name to wipe out a guilty past. As Masters of Mystery brings you Murder in Haste.
She lay where she had fallen, close to the fireplace. Her head had struck against the andirons. Blood slowly gathered in a pool on the bricks. I called her name. Helen. Helen. She did not answer. I hadn't meant to hurt her badly. But now my wife was dead. I bent over and felt her heart. And Helen was dead, all right. We'd had our last quarrel. And now I'd killed her. It took me only a moment to decide on my course of action. If I called the police, they'd never believe it was an accident. I had to get away. I changed my name. I'd no longer be Albert Taylor. I'd get a fresh start in a new city. I grabbed up my hat and coat, packed a bag, took what money I had, and slipped out of the house. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, I was standing on the observation platform of the Limited Express, bound for New York.
Nice night, isn't it?
Huh? Oh, I didn't hear you come out.
I'm sorry. I said it was a nice night.
Yes.
I saw you running for the train when we were pulling out. Just made it, didn't you?
Yeah, kind of close.
Been in Miami long?
No. Been fishing off the Keys just a week or so.
I see. My name's Rickett.
I'm glad to know you. I'm Brown, Richard Brown.
Uh-huh. You going up to New York, Brown?
Yes. Well, I guess I'll be getting in time.
That's a good idea. I'll go with you.
opened his mouth. Ricketts was a plainclothes cop, and there could only be one reason why he was interested in me. He stayed right behind me as I walked back through the train to my seat. I wondered if he'd even sit down beside me when I got to it. Then, 10 feet from my seat, it hit me. My luggage was on the baggage rack over the seat, with my initials on it in big letters, E.T. Ricketts was just waiting for me to stop, just waiting for proof I was Elder Taylor. Then he'd make the arrest. But I didn't stop. I kept on going.
Brown.
Yeah?
Isn't this your seat?
Why, no. I have a compartment up ahead.
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Brown.
Good night. Ricketts dropped into his seat, and I kept right on going. There was only one place I could go, the club car. At least I could get a drink there and try to think. Oh, bartender, make it a Manhattan dry, please. Dry.
Here's a stool next to me, sir.
What? Oh, thanks.
Okay. Going to New York?
Yes.
Ought to be cold up there this time of year. Lots of snow and all that.
Yes, I suppose so.
You know, I'm as excited as a kid. Haven't seen snow for an age. Matter of fact, I haven't set foot in America for 5 years. Great to be back. I get a kick out of just talking to Americans again.
Yes.
I was sitting in my compartment a few minutes ago thinking... And...
You got a compartment?
Oh, yes, a couple of cars ahead.
Well, my name's Brown, Mr.
Jameson, Leslie Jameson.
Jameson. Oh, no, wait a minute. You're not the mystery writer.
Yeah, afraid I am.
Oh, thanks, bartender. Well, here's to bigger and better mysteries.
Okay.
So, you say you left Buenos Aires?
Yes. Planned to anyway, but made a little earlier on account of that nasty business about my assistant.
Oh, I see.
Probably go back in a year or so. Say, you ever read anything of mine, Mr. Brown?
I can't say I've done much reading in the detective storyline. You have a serial running in one of the magazines right now, haven't you?
Yes. Murder in Haste. I don't suppose you're reading it.
I'm sorry. If I'd known I was going to meet the author, I'd have boned up on it.
Don't apologize, Mr. Brown. Well, how about a nightcap before we turn in?
Well, turn in? Well, it's early, Jameson. Surely you're not going to give up the ship so soon.
Well, I have to confess I'm pretty tired. I've been rattling on about myself all evening. Oh, there you are.
Okay. Hey, that's beautiful brandy.
I'm better. Well, what'll we drink, huh?
You name it.
Very well. Here's to crime. A mighty profitable business. To me, at least.
Oh. Well, tell me about your literary agent. You were saying you'd never met him personally?
Oh, Farrow. Oh, yeah, great agent. I've often wondered what he looks like.
You've never even been to New York?
No, never. Oh, well, Mr. Brown, it's close to midnight. I feel...
Jameson, what about this serial you're running? Maybe you could bring me up to date on it.
Tell you all about it tomorrow. Right now, I'm awfully tired.
Well, it's early yet.
I'll see here. I hate to be rude, but I'll have to ask you right... Good heavens. What's that?
The time is tough. I hope it's... When I came to, it was dark. I was lying in a tangle of wreckage all around me. And all around me I could hear shouts and cries, the hiss of steam. But in the tangled mess of steel and wood that had been a Pullman coach, I was miraculously safe. I pulled myself up, lit a match, and saw that Leslie Jameson hadn't been so lucky. He was dead. I couldn't do a thing for him, and the hiss of flames warned me the wreckage was afire. I found where the window had been and managed to crawl out. I was pulling myself through the window when somebody came running up with a flashlight.
Just a second. Now, let me help you.
Oh, thanks.
Here, take my hand. Oh, easy now. Look out for the broken glass. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks.
You all right?
I think so. I'm a little dizzy. Shaken up.
Oh, sure, that's natural. Oh, it's you, Brown.
Huh? Oh, Ricketts.
Yeah. Hey, you're lucky. This coach got the worst of it. Look at that fire.
Yeah. Just got out in time.
Say, that fella you were drinking with at the bar, is he still in there?
Who?
I'm pretty sure he's Albert E. Taylor. Murdered his wife in Miami. Is he still in there?
Why? No, he left a few minutes before the crash.
Oh. Well, you better get on up ahead, Brown. I gotta give him a hand here. Can you make it to the crossing? There's a highway restaurant up there.
Sure, I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, Brown. Take it easy.
For a moment, I stood there, dazed, watching the fire crawl closer. Then, as my mind cleared, I saw what an opportunity had been given to me. It was a risk, but I had to take it. I crawled back into the wreckage to Leslie Jameson's body. I took his wallet, his ring, his watch. I left my ring and watch engraved with my initials with him. All that left of him. Then, as the flames crawled steadily closer, I found his briefcase and baggage and dragged them out of the wreck. And 10 minutes later, with my identity now changed to Leslie Jameson, I staggered into the restaurant at the grade crossing where the derailment had occurred.
Hurt, mister, we got a doctor in the back room. Come on, I'll take you in.
No, I'm just a little shaken up. I want to get out of here. I thought I could hire a car or get a bus to New York.
You were in the wreck?
Yes, I was.
What's your name?
I'm Leslie Jameson.
Leslie Jameson? Say, are you the fellow who writes those murder mysteries?
Yes, that's right.
Well, if that ain't a coincidence. Only last night I made a bet with Frank, that's my boyfriend, as to which one would turn out to be the murderer in that serial you're running in the post.
Well, that's very flattering. I wonder if you could help me about the bus I need.
Sure, Mr. Jameson. But how about giving me an advance tip on the murderer, huh?
Which one? Well, I don't think it would be fair to tell you.
Give me a fast cup of coffee, will you, young lady?
Yes, sir.
Well, Ricketts.
Oh, hello. Pretty rough out there. 3 cars smashed up. How do you feel, Brown?
Brown? That's Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Huh? I thought your name was Brown.
Well, of course, well, you know how it is.
Here's your coffee.
Thanks. No, Mr. Brown, I don't know how it is. How is it?
Well, you see, Ricketts, I didn't want to...
Oh, yeah, I get it.
I've been reading Mr. Jameson's serial in the Post. Murder and Haste? Had a little bet with my boyfriend on who the murderer is.
Well, I can tell you that. I read the last installment last night.
Yeah?
Yeah. Got it at the newsstand in Miami.
Well, we ain't got it here yet. Well, Mr. Jameson, who done it?
Well, I don't want to spoil the story for you. You ought to finish it.
Afraid I won't buy another copy of the magazine, huh?
Well, it's a matter of ethics. A writer can't...
Oh, what do you mean, ethics? I know how it ends.
Please, Mr. Jameson, I can tell Frank I got it straight from the author's mouth. Come on. What goes, huh?
Well, I don't want... Oh, besides, there's a car driving. Perhaps I could hire
Well,
that...
that's for me. I'm driving up to New York.
Mr. Jameson here wants to get to New York, too.
Was that right, Jameson? Well, you can come with me. Give me a hand with the driving. Come on.
Well,
Well, first, give the young lady a break. Tell her who the murderer was.
Well, I'm sorry. It's against my principles.
Well, it's your business. Come on. Oh, Ahmed. It was the butler. You got hotel space in New York, Jameson?
Well, not yet. I thought I'd arrange it when I arrived.
You've been away a long time, haven't you? It's probably not a decent room to be had.
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh, it's worse. I think I might be able to fix you up at the Midbury. I know the manager.
Oh, I couldn't help.
Oh, forget it, Jameson. Glad to help you. After all, aren't we both in the same business? In a manner of speaking.
Well, I got a room at the Midbury, but not before the manager had tipped off the reporter that I was Leslie Jameson. And as I crossed the lobby, I heard a flashlight bulb. The next day, there were pictures of me in all the papers. There was a story on the inside pages of the paper that Albert Taylor, wanted for killing his wife in Miami, had been identified as one of the dead in the train wreck in Georgia. That should have meant I was safe. But now, 5 million people had seen my picture as Leslie Jameson. What if one of them had known me down in Miami? I waited with mounting apprehension for the knock on the door that would announce the police. And I wished Helen was back again, alive. Helen would know what to do. She was a domineering woman, but she knew how to make decisions. Then suddenly the phone rang. It was the manager to tell me that Mrs. Jameson was on her way up. My wife. I hadn't even known Jameson was married. I walked up and down, my mind whirling frantic. I had to get away, and then the door buzzer rang. It rang again, and again. And I had to answer it. There was nothing else I can do. Just a moment.
Leslie. Hello.
What do you want?
Maybe I'd better come in. Well?
Well, what? What are you going to do about it?
You're an awfully simple sort, aren't you, Mr. Whatever your name is.
Well, I suppose I am.
How did you expect to get away with it after all the publicity? Where is he? What have you done to him?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Jameson. I could explain.
Maybe you'd better.
Look, your husband was killed in that train wreck in Georgia. I had reasons for wanting to disappear, so I took his identity. I never meant to keep it. If you'll just...
Just what?
Look, there's nothing we can do for your husband now. He was killed. You believe that, don't you?
I don't know.
I'm going to leave town. All I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
I see.
Well, is that all you're going to say? What are you going to do?
I could go to the police.
No, wait a minute. I can make it worth your while to
Stop,
wait.
Stanley. Does anyone know you're here in New York?
No.
Very fortunate. You see, Leslie and I didn't get along. Matter of fact, we've been separated for some time. He said he was cutting me out of his will. So, with Leslie dead, I don't get anything at all. But with Leslie alive...
Wait a minute. Well, you wouldn't...
Why not? He could retire right now and live off his royalties without doing another lift.
You mean you want me to keep this up?
Of course.
But don't be ridiculous. There are a dozen reasons why I can't. They'll discover it in a week.
You have his baggage.
Yes?
I know his signature. I can imitate it perfectly. I know his background like a book. You may as well get used to it, Mr. Jameson.
Well, I tell you, I won't do it. But it's the most fantastic thing I ever heard of.
There's a Lieutenant Ricketts down in the lobby. Seemed quite interested in our relationship. If you like, of course, I'll bring him up to date.
All right, Mrs. Jameson.
Albert, darling, just call me Ruth.
Ruth!
What is it?
I tell you, this can't go on. You're spending money as if you had no self-control at all. $28,000 in 3 months, besides the deposits I made to your account. Here, look at these bills. Look at them. I haven't got a penny.
Are you all through? There's your quarterly royalty check due tomorrow.
Well, that'll only pay part of the bills.
Mm-hmm. It's not paying any of them, darling. It's going into my account.
I see. And maybe you'll have some clever way of getting out from under these bills.
That's your worry, dear, not mine.
Having trouble?
Oh, nothing important. Just that my account's overdrawn by $5,000.
Well, of course, you could finish your book, dear.
Sure, finish the book. Write a Leslie Jameson mystery.
Well, then I suppose you have to think of something else.
Ruth, be honest with me. How long do you intend to carry this on?
Why, indefinitely, dear.
There's to be no end.
There is, if you want one. There's always the police.
You could have been decent about it. Instead of spending money so irrationally. There could have been plenty without bleeding me to death.
I think I've been quite fair with you. You've kept your freedom.
Freedom. 6 months now. Those people worry me. Can't eat.
This isn't it.
Counted by worry, night and day, trying to dodge my own shadow, afraid all the time. An irrational woman spending money as if she were insane, holding a dagger over my head.
Get hold of yourself.
And now there's no way out. Trapped. Run into a corner. No way to turn. No end in sight. Nothing to do but go on and on until I break, unless...
Albert.
Unless...
But what are you doing? Stay away from me!
Yes, sir?
You're the desk sergeant?
That's right. What can I do for you?
You can take down a statement.
What's the matter, mister?
I've just killed my wife. That's how it happened, Sergeant. Then I wandered around on the streets all night. I thought about running away, then it all seemed so useless to run away again a second time. So I came here. Now I can relax. For the first time in months, I can relax.
Sure, take it easy, Mr. Jameson. We'll take care of you.
Aren't you going over there and find her?
We've been there. Found her an hour after you did it. Been looking for you all night.
You may as well know she's not my wife.
Yeah, we know, Mr. Jameson. She was your assistant in Buenos Aires.
What?
You say she was shaking you down. What did she have on you, huh?
My assistant? In Buenos Aires?
Yeah, that's right. Your assistant. Have you had a lapse of memory or something, Jameson?
The assistant? I remember now.
Now tell me, Jameson, what was she threatening to take you to the police? Huh? Okay. But a 3-year-old would have known it was a bluff. That's the last thing in the world she would have done.
You don't know her. She wasn't rational. She would have done anything.
Not if it meant her neck, Al.
What?
What's happened to your memory, Jameson? It was all over Buenos Aires 6 months ago. Every newspaper. She's wanted down there for murder.
This is Don Dowd again, your host for Mystery Time. You have just heard Masters of Mystery live from New York. Tonight's play, Murder in Haste, was written by Eleanor Beeson and produced by Martin Andrews in association with Ronald Dawson and Robert Arthur. Featured in tonight's drama were Richard Janiver, Ralph Bell, Ivor Francis, and Connie Lemke. Wednesday and every Wednesday night, another presentation of Masters of Mystery. Tomorrow night, Mystery Time brings you Mystery Classics, presenting a steering story by Ed Adamson with the eerie title, Death Watch. This is Don Dowd, your host for Mystery Time. See you tomorrow night.
This program came to you live from New York. This is the ABC Radio Network.
You were listening to WLS, the Prairie Farmer Station, Chicago 7, Illinois. 23.5 minutes after 11 o'clock in Chicago. The present temperature now 12 degrees. Humidity.
Good evening. This is your host for Mystery Time, Don Dowd. Tonight, as on every Thursday night, Mystery Time brings you a story by a great master of literature, transcribed into dramatic form and played by an outstanding cast. Tonight, our mystery classic comes from the pen of Sir James Barrie. It's one of his outstanding short stories titled Half an Hour. Starring in it is Sir Ralph Richardson, who not only plays the part of Richard Garson, but introduces the drama. Now, Sir James Barrie's Half an Hour, starring Ralph Richardson.
Mr. Garson. We can hardly call him the hero of the story. Mr. Garson is a financier, and his young wife, Lady Lillian, live in a mansion near Park Lane. Later this evening, they will be entertaining guests there. But now, they are alone. They're in the middle of their periodic brawls. He is being insensitive, as usual. She is being provocative, also as usual. In fact, it is not a very pretty scene.
Why don't you strike me, Richard? After all, I'm only a woman, and there's no one within call.
A woman, you useless thing, that's just what you're not.
How strong you are, aren't you? No wonder I love you. Look how you've crumpled my frock.
Well, you certainly asked for it.
Did I? You know, I can't make up my mind whether green is really my color. What do you think? What color do you best like to knock me about in?
You mind what you're saying?
Well, do you mind telling me what all this scene has been about?
Oh, I can't even remember. Anyhow, what it matter what it was that started us off, something always does. In the end, we end up by saying exactly what we think of each other.
Of course, we know what we think of each other before we start.
Maybe we do. But how many times have I said to that father of yours...
Oh, Pop. By the way, I never heard how much you paid him for me when we got married.
One way or another, a good £20,000.
I can't help feeling proud.
If I could have got you for half, I wouldn't have had you.
I'd like you to say that, Richard. Still, there are other women for whom you could have paid even more. There must have been some reason why you picked on me.
Oh, you rotten old aristocratic family. All so poor and so well turned out. A come-on look in the melting eyes of you and the disdain of you. I suppose they went to my head. You were the worst, so I chose you.
I won.
Oh, you didn't need to come to me unless you liked to know.
I admit that. It was your money that brought me.
Quite so.
I'm sorry, Richard, for both of us.
Ah, nonsense.
You must at least allow I never pretended it was anything but your wealth that drew me.
I never wanted it to be anything else.
I'll like you again. Perhaps that's even some little excuse for me. Not very much.
Soft order.
I dare say. Why don't we end it?
Do you know who you're talking to with my name in the city?
Oh, of course. But if you won't, Richard, has it ever struck you that someday I may?
You? Never.
You have a mighty faith in me.
Mighty.
May I ask why?
Isn't it obvious you know why? That expensive little heart of yours you can't afford to. You're too fond of my money.
I see.
Tragic, your lot, isn't it?
More tragic than you understand.
Bought you when you were too young to know what you were doing.
Not so young, but that I should have known.
But a rare, exquisite creature, too, as you know yourself to be.
As I know I'm not, but as I long to be, as I think I could be.
As you think you could be if you'd married a better man, I suppose.
All right, mock me. You have the right, but it may be truer than you think.
That's what they tell you. I've no doubt.
Who tell me?
Those young cubs who live on your father.
If I was to let them tell me what they would like to say...
Ah, but they do, my pet. And when they've finished, you tell them they mustn't say things like that, and your lip trembles, and one sad tear sits in your sweet eyes. The same little tear that comes when you've overdrawn your allowance.
How you read me.
I think so. I think I know the stuff you're made of. I wouldn't try any heroics, Lillian. You can't live up to them.
I haven't the courage, I suppose.
Oh, you've the sort of pluck that lets the French jack-o'-dandies go tripping to the guillotine, and perhaps my breed hasn't. When it comes to living, you've got to live on us, my girl, and make the best of it.
Oh, if only I...
If only you were to show me, that's it. Well, I'm not nervous. In the end, you'll always be true to number one. I've thought you out that far, at least.
And supposing I did show you.
If you did, if you tried to play a game on me, well...
With a knife, Richard, or Desdemona the pillow?
You brought any shame on me. Before I put you to the door, I'd break you.
You're hurting. If I did it, I wouldn't be here to break.
I shouldn't advise you to be, Lillian.
Unless you wish to do the breaking now, please let go of my wrist.
Come in.
Excuse me, ma'am. May I draw the curtain?
Yes, sir.
Dinner at 5:30, I suppose.
I suppose so.
Jane, send me a whiskey into the billiard room, will you?
Yes, sir.
Jane, leave the curtains now. Attend to the whiskey.
Very well, madam.
Richard, when you read this, you will know that I've left you forever. I've known for a long time the love of a man that I can really respect. Not rich, as you are, but a man who asks nothing more of life than that I should be with him. He's asked me to go away with him, far away, to Egypt, and I've made up my mind to do so. I wish you to know his name. It is Hugh Peyton. When you've divorced me, I hope to be his wife. Lillian. I'm leaving the emeralds in the drawer of your desk with this note. I do not wish to have anything with me which might remind me of your unkindness. Ten past 8. Just time to catch him before he goes for his train.
Lillian. Oh, my dear.
No, you please listen to me first. You see, I changed my mind and come after all.
My darling.
Yes, I'm here to go with you. You'll have me still. But, oh, Hugh, let there be no more mistakes. Don't have me, dear, if you'd rather not.
Lillian. Dear.
It isn't really a shock to you, is it? You don't despise me in your heart for coming?
Dear. My dear.
Oh, you're so fond of Egypt. Perhaps it would be lovelier for you to go back to it alone.
But... tell me, dear, what made you change your mind so suddenly?
Not suddenly. I longed to come to you, but I was his wife. Did you hear me say I was his wife? What a lovely way of putting it.
My wife now. And always.
Things he said to me tonight.
There, that's all over. Did you tell him you were going?
Yes, I left a letter for him in the drawer of his desk with all the jewels I was wearing. Just like you told me to do.
You said in it that you were coming to me?
Yes.
I wanted you to do that. I wanted it to be all above board. I'm not afraid of him.
I said I was going away with you, and I put my wedding ring inside the letter. I've burned all my boats through.
Darling, you mustn't miss the train. Not another word if you love me. Can you snap these catches while I sit on the trunk? That's it. Why, what are you smiling at?
I just remembered you. There were people coming to dinner tonight.
I've just remembered something far more important. Woman, where is your trousseau?
Oh.
Susie?
I've only what you see me in, dear. Here's all the riches I bring you. 4 and 6 pence. please take care of my diary for me.
You poor dear. But what fun to buy you a trousseau at Brindisi, if not before. Susie?
Are you going to send Susie to get a trousseau for me?
Of course. Ah, Susie. Skip across to the nearest draper's and buy me a trousseau.
What, sir?
Size 5.5 by 1 1/4. Hurry up now, fly.
Whatever does he mean?
He only means he wants a taxi.
Oh, that? Well, Mother's out and you know what Father is, sir. But I'll get it myself.
Oh, no, you don't, Susie. Not in the rain. I'll be back in a jiffy, Lillian.
He's just bubbling over me. And all because he's going off to make diamonds in Egypt.
Has he been bubbling over for long, Susie?
For days and days. I used to think of him out in Egypt in a very dirty state, till I saw a picture of him all in laundry white and riding on a camel.
The camel goes on its knees to him, Susie.
I don't wonder at it. There was a thing about him in the paper, and it said, the ball is at his feet.
And it is a great career.
For him. But I've just got to make ready for another lodger. That's all the great career there is for the likes of me. I'm thinking there's a great career for you.
How things.
He's still got his key. It's not him, miss. I think there's something wrong.
Wrong? Oh, quickly, Susie.
What is it?
What is it? What's happened? Tell me.
There's been an accident. They're bringing him in.
But Mr. Payton, Susie, it can't be.
It's him. He was run over.
My name is Dr. Brody. My poor lady, have they told you?
Tell me.
Your husband, he was knocked over by a motor bus.
You.
Mrs. Payton, I'm afraid it's very serious. Very serious.
Tell me.
I must tell you. Mr. Payton is dead.
No.
He died as they picked him up.
It isn't true.
I'm a doctor. I happened to be passing. I didn't know him, of course, but one of the people told me his name. He only spoke one word before he died.
My name?
The word was Egypt. I want to help you in any way possible. Now, if you could give me the address of any male relative...
You mustn't bring anyone here. You mustn't on any account.
Just to help you with the format. I don't quite... Excuse me, you are Mrs. Payton. I'm sorry, I have no wish to intrude, but someone must communicate with the relatives, and, of course, an inquiry.
You mean I've no right to be here?
That's none of my business. But you must know what... Pardon me, I won't disturb you any longer.
Oh, no, please don't go. What am I to do? We were going away together. You'll think that's wrong, I know.
How should I know?
Well, there were reasons. I was leaving my husband. We were going away together, and we're going to be married after the divorce.
I see. Well, you understand that... Well, there'll have to be an inquest. And if you're found here, you may be called on to give evidence.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
Then my advice is leave here immediately before I call the police. If there's not been called already. Yes, I think that might be best for both of you.
But I've nowhere to go. Nowhere. I loved him. I risked everything for him. I'm lost.
What time are they coming with us? Have I time to write a note?
It's 2 minutes short of the half hour, sir.
The ladyship not down yet?
I believe not, sir.
Well, she isn't usually late. I didn't hear her in the room, come to think of it.
Shall I send up to inquire, sir?
Oh, no, she'll be down directly, no doubt. I've just got to write a note before the guests arrive. They know there'll be 3 tonight with us?
Yes, sir. Oh, they're here, apparently, sir.
Oh. Well, I'll write this later, I suppose. Here, give me those papers with us. You put them in here for now. What the devil? Good heavens. Lillian's emeralds. What on earth are they doing in this case? She must have shoved them in the drawer and forgotten them, I suppose. Her all over.
They're here, sir. Is that all?
Yes, that's all, thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Redding, sir.
Glad to see you both. Come in and get warm. Lily will be here in a minute. you seem to be having a little joke all by yourself, Carson. Look what I found. Where did they come from? In the desk. I put my hand in a drawer for some papers, and I found these instead. Well, all I can say is, let's go hard.
Silly man. They're Lady Lillian's. I'd know them anywhere. Beautiful emeralds.
The joke is, I see now why my wife's late for dinner.
No. It's we that are early.
She must have shoved them in the drawer there. Her setter, more careless than ours, you know. And then forgotten where she put them. I bet she's searching high and low for them at this moment.
Oh, the poor dear. Suppose some servant had found them. Or that awful man who winds the clock.
Well, they're safe enough now. I'll take care of them.
Dr. Brody.
Here you are. Very pleased to see you in my little place, Brody.
Thank you, Gaston. Lady Lillian, I'm honored.
No. This isn't Lady Lillian.
What does it were, Dr. Brody?
Come. Dr. Brody, this is Redding.
Oh, how do you do?
You and Redding have met at the club, of course. Yes. I forgot you didn't know my wife, Brody. She'll be down in a moment. I must apologize for being late.
Now, don't fuss, Mr. Darcy. Dr. Brody knows what women are.
No, not I, Mrs. Redding. But I was afraid I would be late myself. A very strange thing happened just now.
Why, what was that?
An accident in the street. Man knocked over by a motorbus. Not far from here. Killed.
Oh, rough luck. Well, did you have to do anything?
Yes, I did. He was living just around here. Seems to be an engineer or something who done some good work out in India, they told me. Peyton was the name. Did you ever know him by any chance?
Peyton? Oh, the Hugh Peyton who had met once at dinner who... Oh, no, Egypt was his place.
Oh, I'm sorry, not India. It was Egypt, she said. Yes, probably the same fellow.
Was he married?
No, not married exactly. Whatever.
Oh, surely better in the circumstances that he wasn't married.
Oh, much better.
You said poor devil.
Did I? I was thinking of something else.
Of the lady, you mean?
Did I say there was a lady?
You're saying it now.
Yes. There was a lady, all right. She was married, she told me. She'd just left her husband, run away from him that very hour. In fact, she and Peyton were on the point of going away together. The bags were packed, everything. In fact, he was looking for a taxi when he was knocked over.
So she was leaving her husband, was she?
That's what she told me. And the most extraordinary thing is that the husband didn't know she'd gone.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Everyone, do forgive me.
There you are. You're very late, Lillian.
I know, dear Mrs. Redding, I'm so ashamed. Forgive me, kind Mr. Redding.
All I can say, Lady Lillian, is that you're worth waiting for.
Oh, and this...
Yes. How do you do?
My wife at last, Brody. I forgot, Lillian, but I mentioned that Dr. Brody very kindly promised to take pot luck with us.
No, but I'm so pleased, Dr. Brody. Any friend of my husband's.
Thank you, Lady Lillian.
He's been telling us such a shocking story, Lady Lillian.
It'll spoil my dinner.
Oh, not quite, I hope, Redding.
No, not quite.
A man killed in the street. Tell her, Dr. Brody.
I'm afraid it wouldn't interest Lady Lillian.
Oh, yes, by the way, it would. You remember him, Lil?
Was it someone I know?
Peyton was the name. Hugh Peyton, I think. Wasn't it at the Rossiters we met him, wasn't it?
Was he a barrister?
No, some sort of an engineer. He worked abroad somewhere, Egypt. Only in a small way, I believe.
Dark man, wasn't he?
No, fair. Evidently, if you ever knew him, Lady Lillian, you have forgotten him.
One meets so many.
Just so.
There was a woman in it, Lady Lillian. Do get him to tell us about her. I'm sure there's a scandal in it somewhere. Ask him to tell us. Why not?
Very well. I assure you, I pitied her when I thought she was his wife. And still more when I found out that she wasn't. She kept crying, what could she do?
Runs away from her husband, gets her lover run over. She can always run out and get her some new ones, can't she?
Oh, look here, Garth.
What a sentimental fellow you are, Brody.
That kind can look after themselves all right. After all, she told you she was married, didn't she? Well, by Jove, supposing she just bolts back to unsuspecting number one. Her husband, I mean.
Oh, Lord. When she left the house at my request, I couldn't have thought so despicably of her as that.
Is it more abject than my husband's other end for her? It has to be one of the two.
Yes, it would have to be one of the two. But to go creeping back to her husband as though nothing had happened, that would be too much.
Oh, it's quite possible, you know, Garson. Don't you think, sir? I say, that'd be making a pretty jump out of the husband, wouldn't it? Yeah, no doubt. All the same. It has a funny side to it, you know. Don't you think so, Brody? It has its humorous side, you know.
Oh, yes, I can see that, Gaston. But I wasn't thinking about the husband as I walked here. I was thinking about the woman, picturing her in dire desolation.
Don't you think she may be in dire desolation still?
Thinking it over, Lady Lillian, no. I've come to the conclusion that your husband is right, and that I was a sentimental fellow wasting my sympathy on her.
Exactly. We don't need to worry about her, I think.
Dinner is served.
Dr. Brody, will you take Lady Lillian?
I shall be honored.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Garson, you were telling us about Lady Lillian's emeralds, remember?
Oh, but of course. Why, hello, Lil. You haven't got them on tonight. I thought you got them out of me, especially to go with that dress.
Well, no,
Well, where are they? I was talking about them to Mrs. Redding before you came in.
I took them off down here earlier on and left them for safety in one of your desk drawers.
Oh, which one?
That one.
Oh, better open up and put them on again, hadn't you? I like you in them, you know.
I remembered them when I was upstairs dressing, and then I forgot them again. Yes, here it is. My emeralds. The emeralds have gone. They're not here, but they should be. I left them here only a little while ago. I know I did.
What, you say they're gone?
Richard, what's to be done? My emeralds, I know they're in this drawer.
Gone? We'll send for the police at once. This is very, very serious.
I know they were there. I know. What can have happened to them? Mr. Garson, how can you keep it up? Don't you see the poor girl's nearly fainting? I'm not surprised. I know I should. Emerald.
Come on, Bill. Calm yourself. And let this be a lesson to you, that's all. Everything's all right. It's just a trick I was playing on you. I found them in the drawer just before Redding came in. There never was a chap like Garson for playing tricks on you. A masterpiece, a real master. There you are. Put them on. Then let's go to dinner, Mrs. Redding.
Oh, poor Lady Lillian. She looks quite pale.
Oh, she'll get over it. Maybe even more careful with them next time. Eh, Lil? Lil, come on. What are you doing over there? Burning something?
An old letter. Just an old letter. Dr. Brody, shall we go in?
Mrs. Redding.
Time now for the best in mystery. Tonight on Masters of Mystery, an exciting melodrama titled Four-Time Loser. Presented live from New York, is written by Sidney Sloan. A man with a guilty secret sometimes pays a heavy price to keep his past from being exposed. And when he's playing for high stakes, he's sometimes willing to kill. Masters of Mystery brings you tonight's thrilling story, Four-Time Loser.
It's a strange and terrible experience to be sitting in your office on a bright autumn afternoon, free from worry, proud of your honest accomplishments. And then to have your secretary come in and inform you that your little dream of security is just that, a dream.
There's a man waiting to see you, sir. He says he's an old friend, but he won't give his name.
Anybody we know, Gladys?
I've never seen him before.
Well, it's probably someone who wants to sell me insurance. Tell him to leave his name. We'll get in touch with him.
I've already told him that, Mr. Coombs, but he's very persistent.
Oh, well. Send him in.
Yes, Mr. Coombs. Mr. Coombs will see you now.
Thanks.
Won't you sit down?
Don't mind if I do, George.
Well, now, what can I do for you?
What's the matter, George? Don't you know your old friends?
I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage.
I sure have, Mr. Coombs. Or maybe I should have said Mr. Deal.
Eh?
Bennett Deal.
I'm afraid I don't know you. You probably made some mistake. Now, if you don't mind, I'm very
There's
busy.
no mistake. But if this will jack up your memory, what happened 12 years ago, April 5th? Remember cell block D, tier 18, cell 6? Can you forget 6 cons on the land, 5 caught, 1 getting away? Don't tell me you don't recognize your old cellmate, Benny.
Matt Howard.
That's right, Benny.
My name is George. George Coombs.
Sure, Coombs. You're a wise baby, Coombs. I gotta hand it to you. You see, I've been keeping tabs on your career for over a year now. I seen your picture in the paper attending a benefit with some society dame. I recognized you right off.
You recognize me?
Don't worry. I don't think nobody else would. You've changed a lot. Hair's gray at the sides, glasses. You're heavier now. Taking on some weight.
I've been lucky for 12 years till you came along.
And you're still lucky, baby. You don't think I'd sing on an old pal, do you? What, and spoil your chance to marry that Anderson dame with all that dough? What kind of a hero do you think I am?
What kind are you? I know this is the shakedown. Now, how much?
Oh, really, Benny, you hurt my feelings. But if you want to play it like that, let's make it 5 yards to start with.
$500?
You wouldn't want an old friend to look shabby, would you?
All right. Meet me at my apartment tonight. I'll have the money for you. Hello?
Hello, George.
Oh, Elaine.
You sound awfully surprised.
Yes, I was expecting someone else, darling.
Well, have you forgotten you were taking me to dinner tonight?
No, of course I haven't. Elaine, I haven't forgotten. I'll pick you up in 15 minutes.
Well, don't bother, because I'll call for you. Matter of fact, I'm downstairs in the lobby right now.
Well, wait for me down there. Do you mind? I'll be right down.
George, is anything the matter?
No, dear, no. Some business I have to take care of.
Not another woman, I hope.
No, dear, not another woman.
Well, then you won't mind my coming up and seeing for myself, will you?
Helene, please, if you don't mind.
I will be right up.
Hello? Wait a minute. She couldn't have come up that quickly. That must be Matt.
Hi, Benny. Right on time.
Come in, hurry.
Thanks.
We've got to make this fast, Matt.
That's the way I like it. Got the money?
Yes, I've got it.
Good. Hand it over.
Wait. I want to make a proposition to you.
I'm always open to a proposition if it favors me.
It does.
What's the caper?
I've got the 500 for you. And more.
Keep talking.
I'll give you 5,000. But you've got to get out of Saterford and never come back here. You've got to forget you ever saw me.
Oh, yeah?
5,000, Matt.
You know, George, you ain't leveling with me.
I swear.
Hold it. Sure, you ain't got more than 5 G's, I know that, but you got hidden assets, like they say.
Hidden assets?
You played it very smart, George. Engaged to marry the Anderson Manufacturing Company. Helene Anderson will be worth $5 to $7 million when her old man cashes in his chip.
What are you getting at?
Look, baby, I did 15 years in stir. You know what that is. And I did 12 more years than you did. And the way I see it, you ought to want to see an old pal get ahead in the world. You've been lucky. How about sharing a little of it?
I'm willing to give you...
Yeah. You said 5 G's. Thanks. I'll take it as a down payment.
That's your final word?
No, Benny. You have the final word. You decide. Pay off or go back. You name it. Somebody at the door.
Matt, give me a break, will you?
Think you're going to open the door?
Yeah.
Well, where is she? Where's the other woman?
Helene. This is Matt Howard. Helene Anderson, my fiancée.
How do you do?
Hello.
So you're the reason George forgot his dinner engagement with me.
Yeah. You see, George and me was talking over old times.
Schoolmates?
In a way.
I didn't know.
Well, Matt, I guess we'll have to break it up now. Come in and see me at my office tomorrow, and we'll...
George, aren't you going to ask Mr. Howard to have dinner with us?
What?
That's a fine way to treat an old friend.
Well, you see...
I guess George wants to be alone with you, Miss Anderson.
Nonsense. George gets bored with my conversation. Do come along with us.
Well, it's up to George.
Yes. Oh, why don't you, Matt? Yes, the more, the merrier.
Your friend made a very interesting dinner companion, George.
Who, Matt? Oh, yes, he's interesting, all right.
What did he come to Cedarford for?
Business. He's some sort of a promoter or something.
And what does he have on you?
What? I don't understand you, Helene. He's an old friend from school.
I'm not that stupid. Mr. Howard's schooling has been few and far between.
Well, he's a little rough and crude, maybe, but...
Darling, please drop that pose. Matt Howard knows something about you. Something that you want to hide and keep hidden.
Helene, you're wrong. Matt Howard means
Don't lie to me.
Oh, forget it, please, will you?
I can't. I've got to know, George. I've got to know right now.
Very well. My name is not George Coombs.
Go on.
I was, up to 12 years ago, Bennett Deal, convict 63290. I escaped prison with 5 other men. They were caught. I wasn't. You want to hear more?
Go on.
I was in for life. A 4th offender under the law. I'm not defending myself. I wasn't framed. I deserved what I was getting. But in prison, for the first time, I had a chance to learn something, to study, to read. And it opened up a whole new life to me. I worked hard to improve myself, to be somebody. But what chance would an old ex-con have to start life over at 50? When the opportunity for escape presented itself, I jumped at it. Well, I was lucky. I got away. Came here to Cedarford. The rest you know.
Is that all?
Well, isn't that enough?
Yes.
Well?
Well, I love you.
Helene. I should have told you sooner, but I was afraid.
You're afraid now, aren't you? That's what Matt Howard is holding over your head.
He wants money, lots of it.
Well, then give it to him.
But you don't understand. It'll never stop. He knows we're going to be married. He knows you have money.
What if you turned him into the police?
Well, I'd go back with him, this time forever. I'd never get out.
Well, then what can you do?
There are 2 things one can do about a blackmailer. You can go on paying.
And the other?
The other? I don't want to think of that yet. I didn't see much of Helene for the next few days. I pretended that my job kept me too busy. But it was actually my dread of facing her, of seeing that unasked question in her eyes. What was I going to do about Matt Howard? She called finally and asked me to meet her for dinner.
Our friend Matt was over at the plant this afternoon. He got in to see Dad by using your name.
What for?
He wants a job.
A job? Are you certain?
Yes? Why?
Strange. With $5,000 of my money in his pocket and the prospect of getting more, Matt Howard goes job hunting.
Would there be any harm in your vouching for him with Dad?
I don't know. Suppose he is planning some shady deal, Helene. Suppose he does something which might point the finger at me, or worse, involve you. Helene, the best thing for you to do is to forget the whole business. And me along with it.
You trying to tell me I've been jilted?
Well, suppose we went ahead and got married. Every morning you'd have to face the inevitable fact that it might be our last day together.
I'd face that. You see, George, all my life I've gotten the things I wanted. Maybe I've been a spoiled brat, but I'm too old now to change my ways. And I want you. I want to marry you.
But, darling, this would be...
Wait. Now listen to me. If Matt Howard is in the way, if he is keeping us from what we want...
Don't say it, Helene. Shh. Wait. The head waiter's coming this way.
Oh, he's motioning that you've got a phone call.
Oh? Oh, I see. Well, pardon me, dear. I'll be right back. Hello?
George Coombs?
Yes?
This is Detective Hamilton. You know, we met when you and Miss Anderson were at the police benefit show.
Yes, sure, Hamilton. I remember you. What is it?
Well, it's kind of ridiculous, and I hate to bother you, but we picked up a man early this evening.
Yes, go on.
Well, he says he knows you.
What's he wanted for?
Suspicion of murder.
What's his name?
Howard. Matt Howard. Says he was with you last night at the time a man was killed. Now, it's obvious that he's lying, and all I want you to do is to say so.
I'll be right over, Hamilton.
Well, that isn't necessary. All you have to do is...
I'll be right over.
What is it, George?
It happened. Matt Howard killed a man last night. He wants me to give him an alibi.
What are you going to do?
I'm going over to police headquarters.
And are you going to give him an alibi?
I don't know. I don't know.
Hi, pal. I knew you'd go to bat for me.
You fool, you stupid, stir-crazy fool.
All right. So I made a mistake. I didn't mean to kill him.
You didn't mean to. If this weren't so tragic, it'd be funny.
I said I was sorry. And everything's okay now. You gave me my alibi.
I haven't given any alibi.
I see. But you will, won't you, baby? You'll say I was with you last night. Because if you don't...
I know. How did it happen?
Well, things is pretty dull, so I get into this crap game. My luck is bad. By 9 o'clock, I'm rubbing together in my pocket 2 C notes, the tag end of my roll.
200 left out of the 5,000.
Yeah. Well, I was sore. I remember the guy says he's closing the game up at 11 o'clock.
So you went back and killed him?
I was identified as one of the guys in the game, but they really got nothing on me if you gave me the alibi.
If I do, Matt, that would square us off for good, wouldn't it? We'd be quits from now on. You could grab the next train for New York.
Grab the next train for New York, he says. You're a funny guy, Benny. Funny like them comics on the radio.
I mean it, Matt. The river's dried up. The feast is over. There's no more dough. That's all I have.
What about your rich girlfriend after you marry her?
There's not going to be a marriage. We washed the whole deal out tonight.
You done this on purpose. You done it to cheat me.
Maybe.
Why, I ought to kill you.
You ought to kill me. All right, get up.
Oh, okay, Benny. I shouldn't have tried that with you.
Get this through your head, Matt. You can't blackmail me anymore. I've got as much on you as you have on me.
All right, brave boy. I'm calling you bluff. I'm playing this game my way. And here's the cards. You're going to tell the cops I was with you last night. I'm staying here, and you're going to marry the Anderson doe. You like the hand? I got nothing to lose. You have. You all move.
Well, Mr. Coombs, 5-minute visiting time is up.
I'm glad you come in, Chief. Mr. Coombs just been checking with me on the time I came over to see him last night.
What goes, Mr. Coombs?
And I guess he does, Hamilton. I'm giving him his alibi. Hello.
George? Helene.
Oh, yes.
You gave him his alibi, didn't you?
Yes. Well, how did you find out so quickly?
He called me.
He called you?
Yes, and he's coming here to my house.
What does he want?
I couldn't quite make out something about patching things up between us. What'd you tell him?
I told him we had a bust-up. But, Helene, you shouldn't have told him he could come out there.
Don't you see, George? This is our chance.
Our chance?
Are you coming here, or will I have to do it alone?
I'll be right out.
Mr. Coombs is here, Miss Anderson.
Oh, thank you, Edward. Hello, darling.
Helene.
We're all ready to go, Miss Anderson. The car's in the driveway.
That's fine, Edward. I hope you enjoy the picture. Good night.
Good night, miss. Good night, sir.
Good night. You're sending all the servants out, huh?
Matt's orders. He wants to see me in private. He knows that Dad left for Detroit this afternoon.
He's taking no chances, is he?
He's taking a big chance, George. Bigger than he knows.
It won't work, Helene. We can't do it.
We can. Nobody knows he's coming here. Nobody but you and me.
No, it won't work.
Now listen to me. Just listen, George. We can put his body in your car, take him to the family's country.
No, Helene, no. I don't want you mixed up in it.
We've got to do it. We'll do it together. I've got Dad's revolver. I'm not afraid, and it's our last chance. It's our only chance.
Matt Howard has to die. But I won't have you involved. I'll do it myself. It took me less time to get back to the center of town than it took to get to Helene's. And when I got to the business district, I parked the car on a dark side street and went into a drugstore and called Matt Howard's hotel. They told me he was out. I called Helene.
He's here, George.
I must have missed him on the way. Don't do anything. Send him back to town.
But, all right.
How did he come out? Taxi?
Rented car.
Good. Send him back to town. I went back to the road he'd have to take. It was late, and there was no traffic. I parked and waited. I must have waited about half an hour. Then I saw it coming, his car. I switched on my ignition, started my car. He went past. I started after him. Slowly, I overtook him, pulled alongside. I could see his face, strained with fright, fear, as he hunched over the wheel. Then I cut in front of him. I got out of my car and looked at him. He was dead. He'd swerved to avoid hitting me and crashed into a concrete embankment. My car wasn't even scratched. We hadn't been seen. The lights were all out in Helene's house when I got there. She'd probably gone to bed, I thought. I rang the bell. No answer. I was getting back into my car. Edwards and the servants drove up. What a break. My alibi completed if I need one. Edwards saw me come in, and now he sees me leaving. Hello, Edwards. Good movie?
Oh, yes, sir. Are you leaving?
Yes, Edwards. Miss Anderson has just gone to bed. Good night.
Good night, sir.
I never felt better in my life. Matt's death would look like an accident. And if there was any question, I had a perfect alibi. I climbed into bed with the knowledge that I'd get my first good sleep since Matt Howard came to Saterford. I couldn't have been asleep for more than an hour when I was awakened by someone knocking on my door. What? Who's there?
It's me, Hamilton. Open up.
Oh, wait a minute. What's all the fuss, Hamilton?
Mr. Coons, I must warn you, everything you say now can be used against you.
Sounds serious.
Yes, it is. Murder.
Murder? Again? Is this your idea of a gag, Hamilton?
Where were you this evening after you left me?
At my fiance's home, you know. Helene Anderson.
Yes, that checks all right. You left at what time?
Why, about 11:35. Edwards the butler saw me.
That's it, Mr. Coombs.
Well, fine. Now, will you please go away and let me get some sleep?
I'm sorry, Mr. Coombs. I'm going to have to hold you for murder.
But me? Who did I murder?
Your fiancée, Helene Anderson. Strangled to death.
There it is. My story. Matt must have overheard Helene talking on the phone to me. In fear or panic, he killed her. Whatever happened, Helene's dead. I don't care much what happens to me now. The irony of the situation is that Matt's death was put down as accidental. Well, the jury is out now. They won't be out long. As the prosecutor said in his closing speech, what can you expect from an habitual criminal? A 4-time loser.
It's Mystery Time, a real thriller titled 4 Fatal Jugglers. Lydia!
Don't go, Bob. Don't go out there to the island. I warn you.
You're hysterical. It's just a hunting trip.
No, not this time. It's murder.
Good evening. This is Don Dowd, your host for Mystery Time. Back again to introduce another in ABC Radio's great Monday through Saturday lineup of mystery dramas. Every night at this time, a new and different. At one time or another, we've all fancied ourselves getting away from it all on the lonely island. But I doubt that any of us would like the kind of company we'll find tonight, as Masters of Mystery brings us the exciting story of 4 Fatal Jugglers.
Come in. Oh, hello, Dave. Hello, Gordon. Come on in. Close the door. Sit down, Dave.
Thank you.
I'm glad you came. I wanted to talk to you.
Oh? What about?
Dave, we've been partners for 10 years.
Yes?
I like you, and I flatter myself that you like me.
Well, of course.
It's just that, well, we've both had problems. With me, it's been Lydia.
Well, yes, I know that.
She's been insisting on a divorce. She says she's in love with someone else.
So, about 6 months ago, when Lydia first began to talk divorce, I hired a detective.
You?
Well, what's the matter, Dave?
Nothing, Gordon. Nothing's the matter.
Oh, I thought... Well, here's the confession, Dave, and it's a nasty one. That detective told me that you were the man Lydia was in love with.
Me?
Of course, I knew it was impossible. Well, you're married. You have a wonderful wife, a great boy. And you're not the kind of a guy who would do his friend dirt.
Well, of course not.
When the detective told me, my first reaction... Oh, never mind that. That's all water under the bridge.
Oh, wait a minute, Gordon. What do you mean, water under the bridge? If you suspect me of having anything to do with Lydia...
Well, I just told you I don't think anything of the kind. Oh, Lydia's attractive and all that, but you're my friend, Dave. You're my partner. Now, how about a drink?
Well, no. No thanks, Gordon. Not now.
Look, Dave.
Yes, I'm looking.
Are we friends?
Well, of course we are.
Well, friends quarrel sometimes, but essentially friends agree. Now, we've been close for a long time, and I want us to stay that way. So I have an idea. You know my place on the lake?
Well, I've heard you talk about it.
I'm going up there this afternoon for the weekend.
Oh?
Lydia's got things to do in town, and I thought it'd be a good idea for you to come along.
Oh, it sounds like it might be fun.
An island right smack in the middle of the lake. Complete isolation. And the ducks will be flying over this time of year. We can bring them down in dozens.
Yeah, well, as I said, Gordon, it sounds
now,
fine.
come on. You go home now, and I'll drive by and pick you up in, say, 2 hours.
Well, now, wait a minute.
At 5. How's that?
Well, you don't even give a guy a
We
chance.
can be up there by 7:30 and cook ourselves a nice dinner. Now, what do you say?
Well, I guess I might as well.
That's the boy, Dave. You'll love it. I give you my word, you'll never want to get off the island.
Yeah, hello?
Bob, this is Gordon.
Who?
Gordon Penrose, your brother-in-law.
Oh, what do you want?
I want to have a talk with you, Bob. A good, long talk.
If it's got anything to do with my sister wanting a divorce, you can save your breath. I'm back of her 100%. And what's more...
You haven't heard my side of the story, Bob. If you'd only listen...
Listen. Yeah, I'll listen. I'll listen to you lie about what you did with the money in Lydia's trust fund.
What do you mean?
I've been checking into your handling account, or I should say your mishandling account. Why, you're nothing better than a common thief, and I'm going to see that they put you away like one.
Now, Bob, please, there's a lot to explain. More than I can say over the phone.
I don't think there's any reason...
But I've got a suggestion to make, Bob.
Well, what is it?
I want you to come up to my place on the island this weekend.
This weekend?
Yeah. My partner, Dave Copeland, he's going too, but he won't be in the way for long.
Well, why don't we just get together in town?
Oh, this way we can do some other things. A little hunting, for instance.
Hunting? For what?
Well, for ducks, ostensibly.
Ostensibly?
Oh, did I say ostensibly? I meant obviously.
Who's that?
Your beloved husband. You remember, Lydia? The man you sometimes see coming and going in your apartment? Or at least one of the men.
Very funny, Gordon. Just what are you doing home now?
I just want to give you the good news that I'll be away this weekend.
Oh, I'm on the verge of tears.
Yes, I thought you would be. I'm not deserting you, however. I'm just going up to the island for the weekend with a couple of people you know.
Oh, who?
Well, one of them is your dear brother, Bob. And the other, my faithful partner, Dave Copeland.
Dave Copeland?
Yes. We're going to have a cozy time, all three of us, sitting around the fire, A little hunting, maybe? It's going to be real cozy.
Yes?
David, this is Lydia. I've just spoken to Gordon.
Oh?
He told me that you're going up to the island with him.
Yes, that's right.
Dave, you mustn't go. You can't go up there with him.
Why not?
Because he hates you.
All right, I hate him too. So what?
But not enough to want to kill him.
No?
Not the way he hates you.
Lydia, it's all a matter of degree, as they say.
Don't you know what he needs to do up there? Can't you see what he's after?
I think I have a pretty good idea.
He wants to go hunting. It's all a pretense. And, well, I'm afraid he... Dave, I can't let you go up there. If anything happens to you...
All right, now, just a second, Lydia. Your concern is touching, but as I told you before, our little affair is over.
Dave, I don't believe you.
Look, I'm sorry, Olivia. But, well, you know, I've got a family to think of, and Oh, forget it for now. I'll be okay.
You fool. Gordon once told me that if he ever wanted to commit a murder, a hunting accident...
would be the way he'd do it. Now, just calm yourself and think this thing through.
Think it through?
Yes. A hunting accident. A thing like that, Lydia, can work both ways.
Lydia, what in the world is...
Bob, I had to come.
Now, what's up?
Gordon just told me that you're going up to the island with him.
That's right. Dave Copeland's coming along with him, too. I'm expecting them any minute.
Bob, you can't let them go.
Look, sis, I've heard that Dave Copeland has been just kidding you along.
That's a lie.
I hope you're right, because you're my sister. The way I feel right
Please,
now,
Bob, let's not talk about it.
Then it is true.
No. I don't care what's true or what isn't true. Don't let them go there.
Don't let them go? Why not?
Because Gordon wants to use this hunting business as an excuse to kill someone.
This way. Come on, Bob. I'm right behind you, Gordon. Come on, Dave. Behind her.
I'm coming. On the path here.
Now, you can see the island.
There. Only 100 yards out, but really isolated.
All right, now, wait a minute. Is this how we get out? In this rowboat?
No, not exactly. We use the canoe.
Uh-huh.
The rowboat belongs to some other people.
Well, I can't go in a canoe. Why not? You know I can't swim. A canoe can turn over.
But, Dave, I'm a good swimmer. You don't have to be afraid of a thing. There we are.
You
guys stow away your stuff, and I'll fix up something to eat.
Hey, it's a good idea.
I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. How about you, Dave?
Yeah, sure. But hey, let me rustle up the grub.
Oh, let's make that my job now. What do you say? You guys haven't ever had any of my cooking. I'll make you some grub that you'll never forget.
I'm the best bachelor cook you ever saw. Now, I'll handle the skillet. All right, now, look, I've had 10 years watching my wife in the kitchen. I'd like to see what I learned.
No experimenting on us.
Not with me,
I'm the host, and it's only fair that I should labor over this kerosene stove.
I don't see why you should.
Boy, you guys are really casting a horrible reflection on my cooking. The way you act, you'd think you're afraid you couldn't survive it. outside a minute, will you? What for? I want to talk to you. Come on.
Okay. All right, Bob, look, I think I know what's on your mind.
You think so?
Yes. You want to form a defensive alliance against Gordon, don't you? You feel the way I do. That Gordon has some reason in bringing us up here. Well, I don't know what he has against me, except that he's a strange guy. But I do know that you're Lydia's brother. And perhaps he blames you for the divorce.
Sure, if he doesn't blame you, that is.
What do you mean?
Skip it, Dave. I know you've been going around with my sister.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, don't bother to deny it. The only thing I want to know is, what are you going to do about it?
Do about it? What do you expect me to do?
She's getting a divorce. She's setting herself free.
All right, now.
What about you?
Bob, I don't see where this is any of your business.
I'm aware of all that. I'm a few years older than Lydia. I've been taking care of my sister for quite some time. She's giving up a lot because she thinks she loves you. What about you?
I don't have to discuss this with you.
All right, I think you've made yourself clear. Well, I'm going to turn in soon. I'd like to be kind of fresh, steady when we go hunting tomorrow.
Huh?
Dave.
Who's that? Lydia.
Dave, I had to come. I had to stop you.
Stop me?
I'm getting killed. I rented a car and drove up here. There was a rowboat at the
All right, wait a minute. Let's get a little further away from the cabin.
All right.
Come on over here. All right, now listen, you just take that rowboat and get off this island.
Dave, no, I can't. I won't go unless you come with me.
With me?
And if you love me.
I don't love you.
Dave.
I thought I made that pretty clear.
I have been a fool, haven't I? You were just a little bored with your marriage.
All right, so were you. And so we got together. But why does it have to be blown up into some great Shakespearean tragedy? Now, why can't we just let the whole thing be finished over?
Because I'm in love with you, that's why.
Oh, nonsense. Now, why can't we just be friends?
Friends? You don't know me, Dave. You never have. Because you're always so concerned with yourself. No. I'm going to make you as unhappy as you're making me at this moment.
You sound like something out of a cheap novel.
Cheap? I'm going to make you look cheap. I'm going to make you so miserable.
Good evening, Lydia.
Gordon.
Don't stop on my account. Go on. I like to hear lovers quarrel. Well, go on, Lydia. Tell him the rest. Telling you make him wish you'd never been born.
Gordon, listen.
Shut up, my dear devoted friend. Go on, my beloved wife. Finish your farewell address. You mustn't let me interrupt you. I never have, till now.
Oh, how I hate you, Gordon. I hate all of you.
What the deuce is going on? Lydia, your sister decided to pay us a little visit. Very thoughtful of her. Lydia, I don't know why you've come here, but I want you to go back to the city now, as soon as possible.
No, I'm not going.
And quite right you are, my dear. We'll put you up in the bunk room, and Bob and Dave and I can sleep in the main room. Your being here with us might enliven what might possibly be a rather dull weekend. Oh, yes, Lydia. Now that I think of it, I'm very glad you came.
$5 o'clock.
Say, you guys, wake up. Come on, get up. Come on, Dave.
Oh, come on, It's too cold anyway.
You'll feel better in a few minutes.
Huh?
You want to bag a few ducks, don't you?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Come on, Bob. Off and on them.
Oh, I am as stiff as a board.
We've got a fine, exciting day ahead of us. You don't want to miss any of it.
Oh, that's right, I don't. Say, what time is it?
5 o'clock.
Oh, no. I'm going to get Lydia up.
What for?
I want to get her out of here.
Oh, you can do that when we come back from hunting.
No, I want to get her out of here now. Lydia?
Better let her sleep.
Lydia? Lydia? Lydia! Dead. My sister's dead. She's knifed. Right through the back.
She must have been sleeping.
Yes, you ought to know.
What do you mean by that?
That's your knife, isn't it?
Of course it's my knife. But don't be absurd. I didn't kill her. Bob, you don't think I killed her?
Didn't you?
No. No, I swear it. Why should I?
Why?
All right. I know what you're both thinking.
No, you don't.
I'm going for the police. You stay here with her. I'll go across the lake.
Oh, no, you won't. You think we're going to let you make a getaway?
I'm not trying to make a getaway. One of the two of you killed her.
You stay just where you are, Gordon.
Where did you get that revolver?
I brought it up with me, just in case.
I'm going to the police. If you want to come with me, fine. If not, stay here.
You know I can't swim. You know I can't go in that canoe with you.
Well, there's the rowboat. I'm going.
You come back, Gordon. I warn you. Bob, you saw? He was trying to get away? Yes, I saw it. We better get out of here, off this island. We'll have to go to the police. All right, now, wait a minute. You'll back me up? You'll tell them just what happened? You can depend on me. I'll let them know everything. That's funny. Lydia must have taken the rowboat at the landing to get here, but it's gone. She might have had someone row her. No, there it is. Where? Floating out there. See it near the other shore? Yeah. Oh, must have gotten loose. Yeah. We'll have to use the canoe. No. Bob, couldn't you swim out and get the rowboat? Waste all that time? Now, look, you just get up in front, in the bow, and sit steady. Now, Bob. You'll be okay. All right. You okay? Yeah. Huh? Yeah, okay. Go ahead, push off. All right. Bob? I had to shoot him. You know that. Of course you had to. I'd have done the same thing if I'd been you. Yeah, sure you would. He was getting away. To call the police. Yeah, that's what he said. Can't you... Calling the police after what? Well, after he killed her. But he didn't kill her. What? I said he didn't kill her. Well, that means that you did. Oh, no. No, it means that you did. Well, now, you're kidding, aren't you? About my sister's murder? No. No, you got up in the middle of the night while we were sleeping. Well, it was easy to take Gordon's knife. Well, I see you still have the revolver. Yes, I have, and I wouldn't miss it about 8 feet. Funny you hold it in your left hand. What's funny? I'm left-handed. That's a silly thing to be talking about at a time like this. Not so silly. You see, Lydia's bed was against the wall. The murderer had to stand on the right side of it. Now, if a right-handed man had stabbed her, the blade would have pointed up toward her head. But a left-handed man, remember,
The blade was pointing down toward her face.
Oh, very neat. And you figured it out all by yourself, didn't you? Only you're not going to be able to tell anyone else.
You're not going to shoot.
Oh, you think not, huh?
No, you can't. Because if you shoot me, I'll topple over. I'll capsize the canoe. And you can't swim. You don't want to drown, do you, Dave? It's a pretty horrible way of dying. Come on, give me the gun. Just throw it in the bottom. I'm going to rock the canoe, Dave.
All right, watch
and if you don't throw the gun by the time I count 5, I'm going to turn it over.
Watch what you're doing.
1.
Cut it out.
2.
All right, Bob, now cut it out. You're wrong.
3. It's going to go, Dave.
All right, cut it
You're
out.
going to be drowned.
All right, please, for pity's sake, will you stop?
4. This is it.
All right.
Come on, throw me the gun.
No.
Throw me the gun.
All right.
That's it. That's showing good sense. Now, a few more strokes, and we'll be ashore. Get out. Go on. Get out.
Now, look. Listen to me, Bob. You've got to take my word.
Just keep quiet. I'm not interested. You know, you had me scared out there. Scared? Yeah. I thought I'd never live to see you burn for killing Lydia and Gordon.
Huh?
I bluffed you, Dave.
You bluffed me?
When I rocked the canoe. You see, I don't know how to swim either.
This is Don Dowd again, your host for Mystery Time. You have just heard Masters of Mystery, live from New York.
It's Mystery Time. Time now for the best in mystery. Tonight, on Masters of Mystery, an exciting melodrama titled Death Walked In.
Get away from that phone or I'll kill you.
You're bluffing, Julie. I know you are.
Julie! You were wrong, Ed. I wasn't bluffing.
Good evening. This is Don Dowd, your host for Mystery Time, back again to introduce another in ABC Radio's great Monday through Friday lineup of mystery dramas. Every night at this time, a new and different story. Our drama tonight on Masters of Mystery was written by Joseph Ruskall and is titled Death Walked In. The action of our story covers the course of only a few days, but I think you'll agree with me that the moments are filled with emotional impact and suspense. So now, live on Masters of Mystery, Death Walked In.
You know me, Ed Grimes, real estate. Respected. A solid citizen till this happened. Till death walked in. It doesn't always lurk in dark corners. It can come into your parlor like it did in New Orleans. Hannah's in mine. It could be someone innocent looking, like the attractive young woman with books under her arm who rang our doorbell one afternoon.
Yes, you're Mrs. Grimes?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Grimes.
May I speak to you a moment? A friend of yours, Mrs. Tillingham, sent me.
Oh, yes. Please come in.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long, but I'm simply morbid about answering the door when my husband's away. You say Mrs. Tillingham sent you?
Why, yes. You see, I just placed one of these valuable library editions in her home, and
Well, she mentioned you as a likely prospect.
Oh, you're selling something.
Oh, no, absolutely nothing, Mrs. Grimes. We're practically giving it away. This complete set of encyclopedias, just as you see them in this brochure. You see, we're giving them to special and selected families just for a limited time and as a special advertising campaign.
Oh, no, not today.
Well, for
Thank you.
practically nothing more than the price of the postage, this complete world-famous...
But we already have a set of encyclopedias. You're not from hereabouts, are you?
No, I work town to town. I just arrived here.
From where?
Carterville.
Carterville. Did you do well there?
So.
Oh, you look tired and cold. Come on into the living room and sit a while.
Well, thank you.
Can I make you a cup of tea, Miss...
Smith. Julie Smith. No, thanks. Oh, those gorgeous drapes. It's so right. So awfully right and so expensive.
How nice of you to say so, Miss Smith, but they're really not.
Oh, what I wouldn't give for a home like this. But then I'd have to have a nice man to go with it, wouldn't I? To keep it up. Oh, say like that gentleman there on the grand piano.
Oh, why, how observant you are. Yes, that's my husband's photograph. Would you call him handsome?
Not handsome exactly, but strong and solid. Oh, will he be home soon?
Looks like he's detained at his office.
Well, perhaps if I came around tomorrow at this time.
Well, I can't promise a thing. I'll ask him. But do come around anyway. We'll have a cup of tea.
Encyclopedias? Are you out of your mind, Hannah? Why do we need another set? We've got one. Nothing doing.
Dear, she'll hear you.
Hear me? Where is she?
In the kitchen. This is twice she's called now. Oh, my heart melts for that poor girl. She's had such a hard life, bringing up a large family, canvassing house to house. Oh, we just can't turn her away without a sale. It wouldn't be charitable.
Darling, do you have to let in every stray alley cat that comes to the door?
Now, Ed, don't talk that way. Here she comes. Oh, there you are, Julie. Come and meet my husband. Ed, this is Miss Julie Smith, in reference to those books I was telling you about.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Grimes? I feel I already know you from that picture on the piano. Now, Mr. Grimes, about the encyclopedia.
$85. What made me do it? Shelling out $85 when we've already got a set.
No one forced you, Ed. You could have said no. Why did you do it?
That's just it. I don't know. She looked at me and I don't know. Devil take her.
Well, what's done is done. It's a good, kind deed anyway. She's delivering the books to us tomorrow night. And when she comes, I want you to put a pleasant face on it and be civil to her. Please, Ed. Would you like more tea?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you so much.
My. Oh, those books look lovely. Of course, I have no idea where we're going to put them. Where do you live, Miss Smith?
Well, I'm homeless at the moment, I'm afraid. My landlady locked me out. I owe rent.
Oh.
I'm not doing half as well as I did at Carterville. If I could only find some place to stay tonight. You see, I'll have plenty of money tomorrow for my Carterville commission. Well, I think it's time I go.
Poor thing. You have caught an awful cold. And now, look, my husband's due home any minute, and I'm sure he won't mind a bit if you stay here with us for a few days.
Mrs. Grimes back from marketing. Oh, and I got the most wonderful rose.
Oh, Julie, you're an angel. But really, you shouldn't just because you're feeling all right again. I'm perfectly able.
No, you sit right where you are in your rocker and relax. I'll tend to these. Oh, and here's your morning paper. You see, I didn't forget that either.
You're a dear.
Now, you just sit and read all the gossip and let me run this house. Oh, did my luggage arrive?
Just a while ago. I put it up in your room.
Well, it'll only be for a few more days or so. Of course, your husband doesn't think that...
Oh, nonsense. You're perfectly welcome to stay a few days more, I'm sure. Oh, good heavens.
What's wrong?
Oh, my gracious. In the very next town, too. Listen to this. Carterville man confesses wife murder. In an astonishingly gruesome confession to police today, a Carterville merchant, Dudley C. Whipple, confessed that...
How was the murder discovered?
Conscience. That's how it was discovered. Everyone thought his wife died a natural death. There she was lying in her grave a whole week when suddenly her husband gets pangs of conscience and confesses she was poisoned.
Did they live on 22 Elm Street, does it say?
Why, yes. Yes, how'd you know?
Oh, I sold them a set of books.
You did? Why, that's right. You told me you were in that town for a while. Well, imagine.
Poor Mrs. Whipple. She was such a nice lady, and she had such a lovely, lovely home. Oh, that cake for tonight. Did you take it out of the oven?
Oh, yes, I did. Don't worry. Well, think of it. You actually sold that couple of...
Did Mr. Grimes like the last cake I baked?
Well, of course, dear.
That's very kind of you to say so, but I know he dislikes me. He resents my presence here, I know.
Why, Julie, what makes you think so?
The way he avoids me.
Oh, now.
He hates me. He wants me out of here. Yes, he does. Oh, Mrs. Grimes, I owe you so much, and I'm so grateful, but I just can't stay here the way he treats me.
Nonsense. Mr. Grimes is just as happy as I am about this little temporary arrangement. And if he isn't civil to you, I'll tell him a thing or two. Do you hear me, Julie? So, what are you staring at?
Parlor, Mrs. Grimes. You know, if you let me, I could really do things with it. This table here, for instance. I'd put it over there. That chair could go here. So much could be done. Hello?
Oh, hello. Where's my wife?
At the dentist. She'll be back soon, Mr. Grimes. Notice anything?
Huh? Well, hey. What? Is this my house? It's different. Well, the whole room looks different. Well, who did it?
I did. Oh, with your wife's consent. How do you like it?
Oh, not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. It is better, indeed it is.
At last, to find a married man with an autistic eye.
Oh, why married man?
I don't know. They lose a sense of beauty somehow, and wives so often take their husbands for granted. I never would. You remind me of someone.
Who?
Man in Carterville.
Why?
I don't know. Oh, do you mind if I turn on the radio?
No.
Do you dance?
Dance?
If I were alone right now, you know what I'd do?
No, what?
Dance alone. I like to dance alone. Do you mind if I do anyhow?
Go ahead.
I like to dance. I love to dance around and around.
You're very graceful, Julie.
I'm young. He was a weakling, though.
Who?
Man in Carterville. You seem different. You don't like me, do you?
What makes you think so?
Why do you always avoid me? Never mind. I'll be leaving tomorrow.
You will?
Won't you be glad to get rid of me? You like to look at me, though, don't you? I've seen you looking at me. Like you are now. Just like you are now. Ed, think I'd make someone a nice wife?
Ed, Julie came to me again in tears. With her suitcase all packed, she wanted to leave. Just because you've been behaving so brutally to her. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, that's what. Driving that poor girl to tears.
What are you looking at, Ed? Me?
I wonder why. But you look at me while you can. I'm leaving soon. Will you miss me when I'm gone? Please say you'll be nicer to her, Ed. Go out of your way the few more days she's here to make her feel at home. One of the family.
Hannah, that girl must go. There's something about her, I tell you. I have a strange feeling that for some weird reason she's wormed her way into our home in order to...
To what, dear?
I don't know. Maybe it's a premonition or something. I think that when she rang the doorbell that time, Hannah, she's going to pack her bags and get out right now.
Park here. Here's a nice lonely spot. Well, what are you waiting for? You wanted to tell me something. You started to up in my room. Took me out here. I wonder why. Kiss me, Ed.
Julie.
I knew it all the time. I knew it had come to this. I do things to you, don't I? From the moment I first saw you, I could tell. What if your frumpy old wife could see us now?
Shut up.
I wonder what she'd say.
Stop it, you devil!
All right. I understand. You had to slap me because you're not used to this.
What's happening to me? Who are you? Where do you come from? What do you want?
You? Kiss me again.
Julie.
I knew you couldn't send me away. We're right for each other. I like you. You want me bad. Add it. Then subtract. All we've got to do is subtract it. You know what I mean.
What are you talking about?
Well, what do you take me for? Some cheap thing? Oh, no, Ed. I come expensive, and my price is a wedding ring.
I'm a married man.
I like married men. I want one. They've already got brick bungalows with lovely furnishings. I'd make you a real nice wife, Ed.
Do you think I'd ever divorce her for you?
I knew a man in Carterville said just that. He didn't like divorce either. But he wanted me bad. Real bad, like you. And in the end, there was another way.
Oh, you're the limit. Half the time I don't know what you're raving about. You're so crazy. You're crazy wonderful. Come here.
Hands off, please. Drive me to the station.
What?
I'm grabbing the first train out of town like you told your wife. Now, kindly get started.
Julie, you can't leave now.
Why can't I?
Because I can't let you... No, Julie, don't go now. Please, not now. Oh, Julie.
That's better. I'll come back, sure. But you know what it means if I do it. If I come back, it's on one condition. You'll have to get rid of her. Sooner or later. Some way or other.
Oh, I declare, Mrs. Tate, that lively mind of yours. Ed and Julie, ridiculous. He positively dislikes her. He's hardly exchanged 2 words with her. Oh, that's the best one I ever heard.
How much longer are we going to wait, Ed? I'm not waiting any longer. We've got to get rid of Hannah.
But, Julie,
It's easy. All you do is do it. Do it quickly and it's done.
Julie, I can't. I can't divorce Hannah. I'd rather die. And she'd never divorce...
Who's talking about that? You always pretend you don't know what I mean. You know well enough. Inside your heart jumps like mine because you know we're going to do it.
No.
It's the only way. Ed, you'd be surprised how easy it is. Remember I once told you about that weakling from Carterville? That thing he used? No pain and no one would ever know. You get it in a drugstore. I can get it today, and tonight at dinner you'll pretend some food spilled on your trousers. When Hannah turns, well, I'll slip it into a cup of coffee. Well, Ed, will you or won't you?
Julie, I'll do it.
Scorching hot coffee, just like you like it, Ed. No, Julie, don't get up. I swear the way that girl spoils me, Ed, doesn't let me do a thing. Why, she runs this house much better than I ever could.
Oh, now, Mrs. Grimes, now you just sit down.
You see that, Ed? Draws up my chair, treats me like a queen. But I have revolted. I insisted that she at least let me make the coffee. That reminds me. Oh, the silliest rumor I heard today.
What was it?
Oh, well, it isn't even fit to repeat. Sit down, Julie, and drink your coffee. How is it, Ed?
Fine, Hannah.
Oh, Mr. Grimes,
Yes?
weren't you supposed to do something for me? Mr. Grimes.
What's that, Julie? Do what?
Nothing.
What is it, Ed? Why, Julie, whatever are you fidgeting with that purse of yours?
Oh,
Goodness, what's wrong with you, Ed?
I spilled some coffee on my trousers.
Rub water on it quick or it'll stain. Oh, land's sake, Ed, it's a new suit. Couldn't you be a little more careful?
Well, it's all right, Hannah. Just a drop.
It's delicious coffee. It does smell good, if I do say so myself.
Hannah, don't.
Don't what?
And then nothing. Nothing.
Well, you are a mistake tonight. Tastes good, too. Well, what about the movies after we get everything cleared away? There's a new picture down at the... This coffee. Something's burning. Choking. Help me, Julie. Help me, Ed. Ed, I thought you loved me.
Hannah. I do, Hannah. Forgive me. I was out of my mind. You'll be all right. I'll get a doctor.
Get away from that phone, Ed. Put down that phone. Drop that phone, Ed, or I'll kill you.
Hello. Hello.
I've got a gun, Ed. If you don't drop that phone...
Hello, Dr. Meadows.
Julie, you don't believe me. You're going to put down that phone? No? You want a second bullet? Okay, then here it...
Orderly, drop that gun.
No, you don't. I'm not afraid of the police. You won't take my home away from me, not this time. My home. My beautiful home.
What happened here, Mr. Grimes? You hurt bad? I'm all right, Officer Daly. Kirk's my wife. She's been poisoned.
We'll get her to the hospital right away. The girl here is dead.
Hannah? She's unconscious.
We'll get her to the hospital. Then you'll come with me to headquarters. There are a few questions you'll have to answer.
Questions?
There's a statewide alarm out for this girl. We traced her to your home, and I was on my way over here to warn you. She was wanted in Carterville, Glen Springs, several places. Complicity in half a dozen homicides.
Julia? A killer?
All women are victims. Wives. Poison, just like in your wife's case. You going to confess?
Confess? Me?
They usually do with the husbands. But you know, Mr. Grimes, I kind of feel sorry for that girl. She was plenty confused, but strangely enough, on only one subject. You see, she was brought up in an orphanage, and she never had a home of her own in all her life. Well, let's go, Mr. Grimes.
At my trial, not one of all my friends came forward to speak a good word for me. No one but my wife, that is. She'd gotten well enough by then to be brought into the courtroom in a wheelchair. Poor Hannah sure spoke up for me. But the jury pitied her too much to show me mercy. Anyhow, they thought her words very queer, I guess, especially when she said,
He's a good man, Your Honor. It wasn't his fault, really. Not really. Sometimes something that's not ourselves. I mean, well, maybe it was my fault. I mean to say, after all, he was away, and I really shouldn't have answered that doorbell.
This is Don Dowd again, your host for Mystery Time. You have just heard Masters of Mystery, live from New York. Tonight's play, Death Walked In, was produced by Clark Andrews in association with Ronald Dawson and Robert Arthur. Featured in tonight's drama were Ann Loring, Bill Johnstone, Peggy Allenby, and Frank Butler.
It's mystery time. Time now for the best in mystery. Tonight on Masters of Mystery, an exciting melodrama entitled Death by Proxy.
Sure, I can prove I'm Bart Lane. What are you getting at, Cobb?
Nothing much. Just that you're dead. Dead? That's right. Take a look at this. You, my friend, were buried in New Lawn Cemetery a year ago.
Good evening. This is Don Dowd, your host for Mystery Time. Back again to introduce another in ABC Radio's great Monday through Friday lineup of mystery dramas. Every night at this time, a new and different story. Our drama tonight on Masters of Mystery, presented live from New York, is written by Jerry McGill. Listen now to the story of a man who confronted his wife with a ghost of the past, himself, as Masters of Mystery brings you Death by Proxy.
Death by Proxy was plenty offbeat. It started in night court after Bart Lane got out of a disorderly conduct charge with a $50 fine and costs. He was a big, handsome guy, sunburned the color of copper. I was curious. I latched onto him and got him into a neighborhood bar. He had trouble, lots of them.
Jeff Cobb. So you're a newspaper guy.
Yeah. What's your line?
Mining engineer, prospector.
What were you looking for in that apartment you crashed?
My wife.
Oh, so that's why you slugged the guy that opened the door.
No, he thought I was after his wife. He got nasty and I lost my temper. The Amazon jungle makes you jumpy.
Oh? How long were you there?
5 years. I got lost.
And you came back and expected to find your wife in the same apartment?
Yeah. It was foolish, considering we'd almost called it quits before I left for South America. But you know, some women are like jungle fever. You never really get over it. It goes, but usually comes back. I gotta find her, find out if I'm cured. Let me buy a drink, pal.
Maybe I can help you find your wife.
Thanks. A bartender, 2 more, doubles.
Okay.
How can you help me, Jeff?
Well, it's a lot harder for people to get lost in the city than in the jungles of the Amazon. You leave her any money when you went prospecting?
$5,000 in joint savings and bonds. She closed the account and sold the bonds.
Mm-hmm. Any chance she could have used it to get a Mexican divorce?
Maybe.
And you still want to find her?
I was reported missing, probably dead.
But you want to find her?
Yeah.
Okay, Bart. We won't find her here. Skip the drinks. Let's go dig the morgue file and see what gives. I took Bart Lane to the newsleader office and left him in the reception room to cool his heels while I dug through the morgue file for a lead on his wife. I found it all right. but with a twist that sent me out to the reception room for a fast double check on his story.
You find anything, Jeff?
Yeah, plenty.
What? Where is she?
Well, first, I want to know when you got back in the States.
Yesterday, by plane from Rio. Why?
Under what name?
My own name. Say, what is this?
Can you prove that you're Bart Lane, the mining engineer who was lost in the Amazon jungle 5 years ago?
Sure, I can prove it by my passport.
All right, let's see it.
The picture doesn't look much like me anymore. Here. The jungle does things here. But what's the big idea?
You're dead.
Dead?
Yeah, dead. Killed.
Oh, that. Sure. Missing and presumed dead in the jungle. Not many get out once they're lost.
No, I don't mean that.
What do you mean?
Here. Look at this. Barton Lane, a mining engineer only recently returned from South America, was instantly killed when his car went out of control on West Highway.
That's impossible. I never came back. I don't own a car.
In spite of the fact that his body was partly destroyed by fire that followed the crash, the remains were positively identified by his widow, Mrs. Mildred Lane, of 10 Highwood Avenue.
That's my wife's name, Mildred.
Then you were legally dead and buried in New Lawn Cemetery.
When did I die?
May 10th, 1956.
About a year ago.
Yeah. Now what goes?
I don't know. But I'm going to find out. What was that address where Mildred was living?
Oh, now, wait a minute. Hold it. You're in a spot.
What do you mean I'm in a spot?
Well, stop and think. Somebody was killed driving a car registered in your name, and your wife identified the body and buried it. Why?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Were you carrying any life insurance when you left 5 years ago?
Yeah, $30,000.
Who was the beneficiary?
Mildred, my wife, but the policies must have lapsed.
Well, she could have kept up the payments. Couldn't wait 7 years to have you declared legally dead.
Yeah, but who was in that car? Somebody was killed.
Ah, now you're getting it. If you're Bart Lane and alive, somebody else died for you by proxy, and it was probably murder.
It wasn't Mildred. She wouldn't have the nerve to try it.
Well, she may have had help. 30,000 would buy a lot of help.
I gotta find her. Talk to her.
Yeah, and I'm going along for the interview. But you keep your shirt on. If you don't, you're liable to trade it in for a sheet on a slab in the morgue. And I don't mean our newspaper file. I got my car out of the garage and drove Bart Lane over to the last known address of his wife. Number 10 Highwood Avenue turned out to be a fairly plush apartment building. I questioned the switchboard operator.
Well, I'm sorry, but there isn't anyone by the name of Mrs. Mildred Lane living here.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been working here?
About 6 months.
Mildred Lane's husband was supposed to have been killed in an auto accident about a year ago. She gave this address when she claimed the body.
I heard about that from the girl who ran the switchboard before I took the job.
What did you hear?
Oh, just that her husband was killed right after he came back from South America. He's been lost in the jungle or something.
That's the woman. What happened? She move out?
No, she's still here.
Well, under what name?
Well, I'm not supposed to give out information about our tenants.
How about making an exception to the rule and just giving us her new name?
Well, who are you anyway?
Well, I'm a reporter following up the story of her husband's death.
Who's the other gentleman?
I'm Mildred Lane's dead husband.
Dead husband? Oh, you're joking.
No, he's not. Now, do you want to give us her new name, or do you want to tell the police?
Well, she's married again.
What's her husband's name?
Mr. Dean, Malcolm Dean. They live in the penthouse now.
What's his business?
He's a builder. He has a new development out on Sunset Heights.
Are they in now?
Well, Mr. Dean hasn't come in yet, but Mrs. Dean, I mean, your wife is.
And do you know when Dean moved into this building?
Oh, about 2 years ago, I think.
I see. Thanks.
Well, what do you make of it?
Oh, it could mean that your wife knew this Dean guy before you died. And it could also mean that he was in on your accidental death.
So what?
Well, that would mean that we're dealing with two murderers, not just one.
I don't give a hoot. I'm going up to her apartment.
Sure, but just let's play this smart. Let's get some proof, then let the police handle it.
How?
Well, you go up there like the prodigal, returning for the fatted calf. Like you didn't know that you're supposed to be dead.
What good will that do?
Well, you might find out a lot of things. Try it. Keep your shirt on. See how she reacts, what she says, what she wants to do about it.
I don't know if I can carry it off.
Try it. You can always call the cops, and I'll be waiting right here.
Well, okay, I'll try it.
Yes, what is... Bart!
Hello, Mildred.
Bart, is it really you? You're supposed to be dead.
Yeah, I know. Lost in the jungle.
How did you find me?
Compared to getting out of the upper Amazon, it was a cinch.
When did you get back in the States?
Yesterday. Mildred, you don't seem very glad to see me.
I am, believe me. I am, Bart. It's such a shock. I thought you were dead.
The report was exaggerated, as they say. Well, aren't you going to ask me into your swank apartment?
Oh, yes, of course. Come in for a moment, but...
But what?
Bart, it's awful. I don't know how to tell you. I'm married again.
So I gathered. From a new name in this place. You did all right.
But I've got to talk to you. Explain, but not here, not now.
Afraid of this new guy you married? Dean, Malcolm Dean?
No, but he's coming home in a while.
Good. I'd like to meet him.
No, please, Bart. Let me talk to him first, alone.
Why?
Well, explain to him. It'll be...
The same gal, the same Mildred. How much time?
Until tomorrow. Where are you staying?
Nowhere. I've been looking for you ever since I landed.
Do I still mean that much to you, Bart?
What do you think, baby?
Don't, Bart. Please, give me time.
Well, this Dean guy must be pretty good.
Oh, not like you, Bart. Older, different. But he's very kind. I don't want to hurt him.
You've changed, honey.
Bart, tell me, have you any money? I mean, enough to stay somewhere near here until I can settle things with Malcolm.
Yeah, I guess I can manage to live a few days.
Well, there's a motel down on the highway at the end of the street. Could you go there and wait till I phone you?
When? Okay, Mildred.
Oh, you darling.
I'll save that.
All right, Bart. Tell me, do any of our old friends know that you're back?
Just you, honey. I wanted it to be a surprise.
I'm glad. Please go now, Bart. Please. I'll call you at the motel later tonight.
Okay, Bart. You're all set. I told the motel manager you're expecting an important call, and he'll switch it to this cabin.
Thanks, Jeff. I don't know that I want to go through with it.
Why not?
I don't know. It isn't the way I thought it was going to be.
Well, how did you think it was going to be?
I thought I'd want to get Mildred back at any price. Or kill her.
And how do you feel?
Sick, tired, old. Almost as if I were really dead.
Oh, come on. Snap out of it. You can't stay dead all your life.
Why not?
Look, aren't you forgetting that you didn't just die a natural death? It looks like you were murdered for your insurance. It looks like your wife and this guy, Dean, are parlaying your money into a fortune.
I don't care about the money.
Well, then think about the guy they must have killed to take your place. You owe him something.
And I owe you a story, don't I?
No, there'll be a story no matter what you do. I know enough already to be certain a crime has been committed. Now, if you don't want to help find out how and why, I'm calling the cops.
Okay, you're right. Besides, I would like to know what Mildred's going to do.
Well, I've got a pretty good notion. And I don't think we'll have long to wait.
Hello, Sunset Heights Development.
Malcolm,
Oh, hello, Mildred.
why haven't you come home?
Well, I'm busy. I told you I'd be late.
You've got to come home right away. Something terrible had happened.
What?
I can't tell you over the phone. And I'm afraid to leave the apartment.
What's happened?
He's alive. He didn't die in the jungle. He's back here in the States. Found me somehow. Came here just a while ago.
Alone?
Yes.
Does he know about the accident?
He didn't act as if he did.
How long's he been back?
Only since yesterday.
Where's he now?
Well, I persuaded him to give me a chance to talk to you first, alone. He's gone to the Highway Motel and promised to wait until I called him later tonight.
Yeah, well, good girl. That was using your head.
Well, what are we going to do? What did he find out about?
Well, how did he act? What did he say? Does he want to meet me?
Yes, he wants to talk to you. He acted strange. Not at all surprised I'm married again.
Yeah, well, good. Good. That gives us time, a chance.
To do what?
To sound him out. Maybe buy him off.
He said he had money. He looked prosperous.
Does he want you to get an annulment? Go back to him?
No, he didn't say. I made him leave, go to the motel until I could talk to you.
Okay, that was smart. Now listen, you call him and get him to come up here to the development. Get your car out of the garage, pick him up at the motel. Bring him up here to the office.
But what if he won't take money to go away?
Well, in that case, there'll have to be another accident. Now you call him. No matter what you have to say or do, get him up here. Tonight.
There's your call, Bart. Take it.
Suppose she wants to come here.
Well, let her come. Listen to what she has to say. I'll get out.
Yes?
Are you Mr. Lane?
Yes. Who's calling?
I'm the girl in the switchboard at your wife's apartment building.
Oh, yes.
Look, I don't know if I should be telling you this because I really shouldn't have been listening. But your wife called your husband, her other husband, Mr. Dean, at his office.
All right, miss. Why did you call me?
Mrs. Dean, your wife is going to call you.
Yes, I know that.
But she's going to get you to go up to the new development on Sunset Heights and meet Mr. Dean.
Good. But why are you calling and telling me this?
Because I think if you don't take money to go away, they're going to kill you.
Once in a blue moon, you run into a yarn that has more twists than the rope that hangs a lot of people who think they can get away with murder. When Bart Lane told me what the switchboard operator had passed on to him, I knew it was time to call in the long arm of the law. But before I could persuade Lane...
Never mind the cops. That'll be Mildred. Let me handle this my way.
Not a chance, Lane. If you go with Mildred, it's an even bet somebody will be killed.
Maybe. Hello?
Hello, Bart. Listen, I've just talked to Malcolm at the office.
What did he say?
Well, naturally, it was a terrible shock.
How did he take the news I'm alive?
Oh, Bart, he's so kind, so understanding.
What's he going to do about it?
He wants to see you at his office, meet you and talk to you.
I'm willing. When?
I'll come for you in my car. Wait for me on the highway outside the motel. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
All right, Mildred. I'll be waiting. 10 minutes.
Okay, Bart. You've made your date. Now let me make mine.
Who are you going to call?
The homicide squad, just in case Mildred and her new hubby decide to kill you a second time.
How much farther, Mildred?
Oh, it's just ahead, in the woods along the ridge.
What are you stopping for?
Oh, Bart, let's talk for a moment.
Why? What's there to talk about?
You? Us? What really happened?
I got lost. Died, remember?
Well, I mean, did you find what you went after?
You mean the gold?
Yes. Did you find any?
A little.
Much?
Enough. But what do you care? You seem to have done pretty well.
Oh, not really. Malcolm isn't rich. His real estate development is speculation.
But that isn't what I'm getting at.
What are you getting at?
Oh, Bart, you know. Couldn't we try again? Go away, out of the country, far away.
What about Malcolm?
No, I can handle him. He wouldn't dare say anything. We might even be able to get some money out of him. If you haven't enough.
You'd do anything for money, wouldn't you, Mildred?
Bart, don't say that. I'm only thinking of you. Oh, how you must have suffered all these years.
Stop it, honey. You're breaking my heart.
Oh, Bart, don't you believe me?
No, Mildred, he doesn't.
Malcolm!
Yes. I saw your headlights from the office. I saw you park here, in fact. I thought I'd come over and see how you two were getting on.
Great. I gather you got an earful.
Oh, yes, quite an earful, Lane. And don't bother to get out of the car. We're going on from here.
Where?
Well, I want to show you our new development. It's quite interesting. We have several excavations dug, all ready for the pouring of the concrete. One of them will make a very nice grave.
Malcolm, you said...
Yes, too much has been said, my dear. Now, start the motor. I'll get in the back of the car.
Wait a minute. What's the idea of the gun? Let's have it on the line.
Well, it's really very simple, Lane. You're a dead man. You died in an automobile accident over a year ago.
Yeah. So I found out.
Malcolm, he knows.
Yes, I suspected as much. I think he came here to blackmail us. Bleed us white as the price of silence.
Wrong, Dean. Dead wrong.
Well, it doesn't matter.
What about Mildred, our loving wife?
I haven't quite made up my mind.
Malcolm, I was only leading him on, trying to find out if he had any money.
Oh, well, now that was greedy, Mildred. Foolish. But you've always been greedy, haven't you? Never quite satisfied with what you have. His insurance wasn't enough.
How well he knows you, my dear. And by the way, Mildred, who is the guy you identified who died in the car in my place?
Go ahead, tell him, Mildred. It doesn't matter.
You did it. You arranged it. Picked up that hitchhiker, wrecked the car, burned the body.
Oh, so that's how it was done.
Yes. So now let's go over to the side of my first model house, shall we? Being built with your insurance.
Let's not, Dean.
Malcolm, behind you.
That's right, Dean. Drop that gun. And without turning around.
That was smart. I'd hate to have to shoot anybody in the back. You better get out of that car, Bart. You died in one last year, remember?
Yeah. Thanks, Jeff. Where are the cops?
Oh, I thought they might be a little tardy, so I tagged along behind when you drove off with Mildred. They'll be here any minute now.
Bart, help me. Believe me, I didn't kill that hitchhiker. Malcolm did. He planned the whole thing from the very beginning. It was his idea.
It won't do, my dear. Murder isn't like your kind of marriage. We're in this together, Mildred. Until death do us part.
This is Don Dowd again, your host for Mystery Time. You have just heard Masters of Mystery live from New York. Tonight's play, Murder by Proxy, was written by Jerry McGill and produced by Clark Andrews in association with Ronald Dawson and Robert Arthur. Featured in tonight's drama were Everett Sloan, George Petrie, Kathleen Cordell, and Lyle Sudrow. Next Wednesday and every Wednesday night, another presentation of Masters of Mystery. Tomorrow night, Mystery Time brings you Mystery Classics, presenting Death Rides the Storm by John West. Be with us then, won't you? This is Don Dowd, your host for Mystery Time. See you tomorrow night. This program came to you live from New York.
Time now for the best in mystery. Tonight's Mystery Classics,
Ralph Richardson in The Tale.
I don't know whether I've done stern retribution or murder. I don't know. I shall never know.
Now, Joseph Conrad, The Tale, starring Ralph Richardson.
Outside the large stable window, the late evening light was dying out slowly. In the long room, the irresistible tide of the light had run into those distant parts of it, with a whispering of our voices, passionately interrupted and passionately ringing, would have dyed the living with the dying light. All I could see, only the thin oval of her upturned face, the pale immobility of her hands against the dark of her dress. Oh, we loved each other. Yes, but wasn't you hope in that love? At last, she turned her head away.
Please. We can only hurt ourselves going like this. You know that.
Oh, my darling.
Tell me something.
What to tell you?
Why not tell me a tale?
Tale?
Yes, why not?
Why not?
You used to tell your pencil and professional tales very well at one time. You had a sort of art. That summer, the days before the war.
Oh, really? But now you see the war is going on.
It could be a tale not of this world.
If you want a tale of the other, the better world, you must call back someone who's already gone there.
No, I don't mean that. I mean some other world in the universe, not in heaven.
Oh, I'm relieved. But you forget that I've only 5 days leave.
Yes. And I've also taken 5 days leave from my duty.
I like that word.
What word?
Duty.
It is horrible sometimes.
That's because you think it's narrow. But as to this other world, who's going to look for it? And the tale that's in it?
You.
Huh? Have you, Willie? In that world, then, there was once upon a time a naval commanding officer and a Scandinavian. It was a world of seas and continents and islands.
Like the earth?
Yes. A war was going on in that world, and many young men in it, mostly in wardrooms and messes, used to say to each other, bad war, but it's better than no war at all. That sounds flippant, doesn't it?
Yes.
Let's get back to our commanding officer, who, of course, commanded the ship, the warship. But he used to be sent out with her along certain coasts to see what he could see, just that. Sometimes he had some preliminary information to help him, and sometimes he hadn't. But in the early days of the war, the ship was sailing in northern waters, steaming along her beat in sight of a rocky, dangerous coast that stood out intensely black like an Indian ink drawing on gray paper. Well, anything to report?
No, sir. Not so much as a fishing boat. Nothing stirring on shore there. The coast absolutely deserted.
Well, never mind about the coast. It's the sea we're interested in. You know what used to amaze me? Was the way that the war never seemed to change. Just the same expanse of water, neither more friendly nor more hostile. It is possible to believe that that same horizon has now become one great circular ambush.
Well, it is until you see a ship blow up all of a sudden and flop under almost before you know what's happened to her.
You know, in some ways, one almost envies the soldiers. At the end...
Look, sir. Out there, ahead, on the starboard bow. Quick, man. Hard a port.
It may be a mine. Ahead of the ship, something was floating and rolling lazily on the sea. Something, but what? The ship's course was altered to pass the object close. It was necessary to have a good look at it, and to see what one could see, close, but without touching it. It was not advisable to come in contact with objects of any form floating carelessly about.
More wreckage, perhaps. But there shouldn't be any wreckage here.
No. The last reported torpedoes were a long way westward. But one never knows. There may have been others that weren't reported, gone with all hands.
Yes. Seems to be a barrel. Here, have a look through the glasses, sir.
Uh-huh. Yes. Pretty obvious proof of what we suspected all along. But certain neutrals round here haven't been quite so neutral as they should have been.
U-boats?
Yes. Replenishing the stores of U-boats. Somewhere not so very far off either.
Yes, but why leave the evidence lying about like it?
Why, indeed.
Almost looks as though it had been done on purpose. But what on earth for?
More probably it was an oversight.
Well, it's proof of what we were pretty certain of before. And plain, too.
And much good it'll do us. The parties are miles away. The U-boat ready to kill. And the noble neutral sitting away to the eastward, ready with a pack of lies.
Yes. Well, they won't have to lie very much. Fellows like that, unless caught in the act, are pretty safe.
Yeah. I suppose they can afford to chuckle. They probably don't even care a rap for the bit of evidence left behind. It's a game where practice makes you bold and successful, too.
Yes, well, perhaps this will be once too often.
The fog's coming up again. A solid white wall of it. In 5 minutes, we were in the thick of it. Great convolutions of vapor flew over, swirling about our masts and funnels. It looked as if they were beginning to melt. Then they vanished. The ship was stopped. All sound ceased. The very fog became motionless, growing denser as if solid in its amazing, dumb immobility. Men at their stations lost sight of each other. Footsteps sounded closely. Rare voices, impersonal and remote, died away without resonance. A blind, white stillness took possession of the world.
Well, what do we do now? Here, wait a minute. The fog's lifting.
Our main patches. Look, there's the shoreline again. Ah, that's a bit better.
38!
Right. Now I know where I am again. We're going inshore.
Yes, but...
It's all right. I know this stretch of coast like the back of my hand. That peak there is the southern shore of a fjord. We're going to ease round into it and sit tight till the weather mends. There's plenty of sea room and we can drop anchor. Keep the legsmen stinging out. Slowly, with infinite caution and patience, they crept in closer and closer, seeing no more of the cliffs than the effervescent dark loom with a narrow border of angry foam at its foot. At the moment of anchoring, the fog was so thick, all they could see they might have been 1,000 miles out in the open sea. Yet the shelter of the land could be felt. There was a peculiar quality in the stillness of the air, very faint, very elusive. The wash of the ripple against the encircling land reached their ears, a mysterious, sudden pause. Well, that's that. There's about half a mile between us and the other side of the fjord. We can stay here till the fog lifts. We get a chance to see what we're doing again.
Well, it seems to be lifting already, sir. Back there, towards the open sea.
I drove it down. Quite a bright patch.
Here, wait a minute. What's that?
Give me the glasses.
I could almost swear.
Well, you'd be right then. There's another ship out there, lying at anchor.
Yes, but hang it. It's a wonder we didn't run slap into her when we came in.
Yes, it certainly is.
But why didn't she make herself known, rung her bell? She must have heard us coming in. We came in pretty quietly, admittedly, but they must have heard our legsmen at least. We couldn't have passed them more than 50 yards off.
Quite. What you might call a close shave.
We never heard a sound from her. Fellows on board must have been holding their breath.
I rather think that's what they were doing.
Ah. Had we better take a look at them, sir?
I think we better had. At first, I supposed she was just a coaster standing to. I'm not so sure the more I think about it. In fact, I'm not at all sure. Laura Bolton sent a boarding party across to her. I want to know a little more about that ship.
All right, sir.
The boat was lowered and moved away into the fog. The white swirl of vapor that lay on the water followed it up as though it had been sunk. Only the shadowy outline of the mystery ship remained afloat above the drifting whiteness. For a quarter of an hour there was utter silence, and then the boarding party returned, appearing suddenly alongside. The officer in charge came up to make his report. Well, what is she, a coaster?
No, sir, a stranger, a neutral.
No, really? Well, tell us a little bit more about her then. What's she doing here, anyway?
Well, they said it had engine trouble, so they stood in here to keep out of the weather.
Did they? Well, how did they get in here if they had engine trouble?
I asked them that, sir. They said they were drifting about in the fog for 3 days, and the wind got up, and they simply ran before it when they saw where it was taking.
What about the ship's papers?
Our papers in perfect order, sir. I checked them carefully. She sailed from Gothenburg last Monday, 8 days ago, with a cargo from Newcastle. General merchandise, all checking with the manifest. From what I could see of her, sir, she's quite in the clear.
She is, eh?
Well, the master said he didn't know where they were, said they'd been drifting about so long in the fog, he didn't have any good idea of his position. He asked me for a bearing, but I didn't give him one till I'd checked with you, sir.
Good. Just one thing. What about her engines now? Are they still disabled?
No, sir. She has steam on them.
Oh, she is. Number one, you know, I think you were right after all. They were holding their breath as we passed them. They certainly were. I tell you, number one, I don't like it. I don't like it one little bit. Somewhere around here, we know very well a German U-boat has been restocked, probably by a neutral vessel. Here in this fjord, we find a neutral vessel hiding away in the fog. But her story was perfectly plausible, sir. Just a little bit too plausible to my mind. What did you make of the crew, Johnson?
Oh, the usual lot, sir. The engineers, quite typical, I should say. Very full of the way they repaired their engines. The mate a bit sturdy, perhaps. Not much English. The master, rather an impressive sort of a fellow in his way. Typically Scandinavian. Fiddled with us, but appeared to have been drinking. Seemed to be recovering from a regular bout of it.
Oh, he did, eh? What instructions did you give him?
Oh, I told him I couldn't give him permission to proceed, sir. He said he wouldn't dare to move his ship her own length out in a fog like this. Permission or no permission. I left the man on board all the same.
Quite right. Well, keep an eye on her as much as you can with all this fog about. And keep your ears open.
Aye, sir.
I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit too suspicious, but I can't help feeling that this very plausible ship may very well have been the one that had a rendezvous with that U-boat out there.
But you could never prove it, sir.
Well, I don't know. I want to have a look at it myself.
But from the report we've had, I'm afraid you couldn't even make a case for reasonable suspicion, sir. Could you?
I'll go on board all the same. Muster another boarding party.
All right, sir.
What did I expect to find? Well, I couldn't have told anybody, not even myself. I went aboard. The master, large, robust Scandinavian, led the way to the chart room.
It's not very comfortable, but while I am at sea, this is where I live.
Aha.
So take a seat, please. What can I do for you?
Oh, it's nothing. It's merely a routine check. Your papers appear to be in order.
Oh, of course. If it had not been for trouble with the engines, we would have been in England, in Newcastle.
Instead of which?
So we are here.
Aha.
No, what I mean is, I don't know where we are. We leave Göteborg last Monday, last week. On Tuesday, I am somewhere south of here, and my engines break down. We drift in the fog, I don't know where, and then the wind gets up, and we put in here. Since then, there has been nothing but fog again.
Uh-huh. So you've been anchored here all that time?
Yeah, that's right, 4 days. So isn't it enough to drive a man out of his mind? Well, and it's like this. This ship is my own.
Your officer has seen the papers. She isn't much, as you can see for yourself, just an old cargo boat, just a bare living for my family. Those are their pictures up there.
Yes, you'll be making a fortune for your family with this old ship before you finish.
Please.
I mean, out of the war.
Ah, yes. Out of the war. Well, but of that, you wouldn't be angry about it, would you? Oh, you are too much of a gentleman. We didn't bring this war on you.
No, I suppose you didn't.
Well, and suppose we sat down and cried. What good would that be? Well, let those cry who made all the trouble. Oh, time is money, you say in English. Well, this time is money. Oh, yes, it is money, all right.
Well, I'm glad you're satisfied. Well, I suppose you've made it perfectly clear that the war is not your fault and why you're here. Your logbook confirms that very minutely. Of course, a logbook may be cooked.
Please.
I say a logbook may be cooked, faked, used as an alibi. Nothing easier.
Oh. But you can't suspect me of anything. My cargo is made out for an English port in Newcastle.
True.
Well, then how can you suspect me? And what is it you suspect me of doing?
Well, I haven't said that I do suspect you. What makes you think I might?
But what you said about the logbook.
Well, I find you lying here with steam up, hiding in the fog.
But my engines have been repaired, so at last I can get steam up again.
Why didn't you make yourself known when you heard us coming into the field?
I was in this chat room. I hear nothing at all.
I wondered what he'd do if I accused him to his face of being what I suspected he was. I turned away in disgust and went up on the deck, but I had the crew mustered formally for an inspection. You the chief engineer?
Yeah.
What's been the trouble with your engines?
Please?
Your engines broke down, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. The main... how you say? The main speed became loose, and the steam was not right in the cylinder. Also, the condenser chamber was wrong.
Where was this?
A week ago, last Tuesday.
Uh-huh. You the mate?
Yeah.
Let me see your papers.
No, here.
Where did you join the ship?
The other boy?
When?
3 months ago.
This is your first trip to Hull?
We are not bound for Hull. We are bound for Newcastle.
I could discover no flaw in the logbook story. At last I returned to the chart room. The master still lingered there. He appeared to have been drinking while I was away on deck.
Sit down,
I guess you're wondering of my proceedings, though I'm not detaining you, am I? I mean, you wouldn't care to move in this fog?
I don't know where I am.
Earlier today, I saw something out there that makes me suspect that not so very long since a U-boat was contacted and restocked. Perhaps by a neutral vessel.
Oh, I see. But you only suspect that. You have no proof.
Oh, well, perhaps not. But I also have my information. That's why I happen to be here at all. Shooting's too good for people that concede neutrality in that sort of manner.
Oh, yes, perhaps.
No, there's no perhaps about it.
No, you are right. But what about the tempters? We better kill off that lot. Have you ever seen a poor man on one side and a bag of gold on the other? Oh, of course, I couldn't be tempted. I haven't nerve for it. I tell you, it is nothing to me. I just talk openly for once.
Yes, I'm listening to you.
Well, now that I know you have no suspicions, I talk. You don't know what a poor man is. I do. I'm poor myself. This old ship isn't much, and she's mortgaged to bare living no more. Well, of course, I wouldn't have the nerve, but a man who has the nerve, the stuff he takes aboard looks like other cargo packages, barrels, tins, copper tubes, whatnot. He doesn't see it working. It isn't real to him, but he sees the gold. That's real. Oh, of course, nothing would induce me. I suffer from an internal disease. I would go crazy with anxiety or take to drink or something. No, the risk is too great. It would be ruin.
It will be death.
Well, it is nothing to me. I am not one of those.
No, of course not. Well, I'm going to carry you fellows off this coast at once, all of you. Now, begin with you. You must leave in half an hour.
What, leaving this fog?
Yes, you'll have to go in this fog.
But I don't know where I am. I tell you, 3 days I drifted lost in the fog.
So you do know how to get out, don't you? Well, I'm giving you your course. You steer south by east, half east, for about 4 miles, then you'll be clear to hold to the westward to your port. The weather will clear up before very long.
But please, in weather like this, I tell you, I haven't the nerve to do it.
I'm ordering you to do it. Unless you want me.
No, I tell you, I have had enough of this. Bored.
Yeah. You'll leave within the next half hour. You steam, and I've given you your course.
But please, I do not know where I am.
I've given you your course.
Very well, sir. I have no choice.
I returned to my ship, leaving the master standing there as if he were rooted to the deck. Within the next 10 minutes, I heard their anchor being weighed. Staying shadowy in the fog, she steamed away out of the fjord on to her given course. Well, my dear, that's the end of the tale.
In fact, you let him go.
Now listen. That course would lead the ship straight onto the rocks beyond the mouth of the fjord. He steamed out, he ran into them, and went down. So, he had spoken the truth. He did not know where he was.
But surely...
I proved nothing. Nothing other way. It may have been the only truth in all the story. Yes. He seems to have been driven out by a menacing stare. Nothing more.
And you...
Oh, yes, I gave that course to him. It seemed to me the supreme test. I believe... No, I don't believe. I don't know. At the time, I was certain. They all went down. I don't know whether I've done stern retribution or murder. I don't know. I shall never know.
Oh, my poor...
I shall never know.